小僧、もっと近くへ来い。
飛来神の術、飛来神2の段
螺旋丸影分身の術
カトン豪華級の術千鳥
それが俺の人道だ。
雷鳴と共に散れ。
しっかり見ててください。
俺は畑かかしって名前だ。
それが俺の人道だ。
雷鳴とともに散れ。
しっかり見ててください。
俺は畑かかしって名前だ。
小僧、もっと近くへ来い。
飛来神の術、飛来神二の段。
螺旋丸影分身の術。
カトン豪華球の術。千鳥。
これが俺の人道だ。
雷鳴と共に散れ。
しっかり見ててください。
俺は畑かかしって名前だ。
小僧、もっと近くへ来い。
カトン豪華級の術。
螺旋丸。螺旋丸。これでどうだ。
カトン豪華級の術。ドトン合流敵。
影分身の術。
カトン豪華級の術。ドトン合流敵。
多重影分身の術。
飛来神の術。しなり。
螺旋丸。
カトン豪華級の術。
螺旋丸。螺旋丸。これでどうだ。
カトン豪華級の術。ドトン合流敵。
影分身の術。
豪華級の術ドトン導流壁
多重影分身の術
飛来神の術シラリ
螺旋丸
It's week 2, day 5, and today is where things get really spicy and really hot. The last day, the last mad dash to get those last few points to which will be the knockouts to get this week and whether or not Celtics is qualifying to that grand finals weekend very, very soon. I'm Tashmani alongside Contra, your casters today. And Contra, you were here yesterday. You've seen a lot of things happening. Was there anything in particular that stood out to you? And do you think will there be any snowballs or changes today?
Well, yesterday, what you missed was basically the utter domination of Yangon Galacticos. They have reached 300 points. Basically 300 on the dot because they've scored multiple chicken dinners in that very set day. So, if I'm not mistaken, it was 3 chicken dinners overall throughout a couple of maps. But
Yesterday alone?
Yeah, yesterday alone. And we're also seeing names like Goodfellas scoring their chicken dinner that actually supplements them in order to qualify to the finals. So it definitely is very tense because we got a lot of teams vying for those spots and the slots are absolutely limited. If you guys are wondering what exactly I'm yapping about, because we're already looking forward to what's happening on the finals, happening on 28th till the 30th.
Yeah, so we were all here throughout the last 2 weeks. We have a little bit of a break, excuse me, before we go to the grand finals later. Now, it is very, very tight right now, especially toward the middle side of the brackets and also the lower brackets. But we'll have a look at that in a little while as we talk a little bit more about the prize pool. $30,000 in total, which will be split between the league stage and the final stage itself. So yes, there will be prize pools for the league stage. And then we reset. We start on a brand new, clean slate, and we get more prize pool for the grand finals later. So everyone will be on the same page. Everyone will be in the same footing. So it's anyone's game.
That's right. And of course, we're definitely eyeing out on who qualifies to the finals for this entire course of the evening. And it is only 6 maps to be played out. They don't really have much time to rest on their laurels for those who need the points the most. Whereas for a team like Yangon Galacticos, we'll definitely see them in the finals already. But there's also the tabulation of points coming in from week 1. Because there are weekly ranking points as well. So more importantly, they need to finish at the highest standing possible. These are participating teams, as you might have actually caught throughout the past 2 weeks, including this week itself. And of course, we are going to be having one of the groups to be resting for this evening. So we'll take a look to see who will be missing in action. If it's going to be YG that's not going to be playing, I think it's going to be good news for the rest because they have already taken too many points away from the rest of the teams. And yes, indeed, that will be Group B, that will be MIA. So these are the only 6 maps of play that each respective groups before our eyes will get.
I think it's really good that we're seeing the Group B really take a break as well. They have, after all, like teams like Young Galacticos have been kind of like really terrorizing the server. But the same thing could be said as well about Group A. I think that Group A, their debut day was kind of lackluster, if you ask me. Up until I think NGZ had some good games. I think it was on Friday. Elevate as well. But they not really placing as high as they would like compared to day 1 debut coming in from Hive and Young Galacticos, right? So right now we see at 5th place, NGZ has made it up there. I believe Elevate get knocked down as well. So now is the day that they really want to catch up and be able to bring themselves to the top of the ladder as well. Because after all, you want to be able to get good seedings at the end of this league because there is prize pool for that as well. An extra motivation because compared to before, you're just qualifying. So whether or not, anything, you qualify and that was it, right? But now there's that extra cash money and you're like, hey, if you want extra cash money, if you want extra, I would say extra oomph moving into that grand finals, we have to do well regardless.
That's true. And of course, there's just so much more incentive for them to actually qualify to the finals in that regards. And not only that, some teams, they have already completed their run, especially when we talk about Group B. YG, it's either they're gonna be number 1 or number 2. There's no running about that. But if we take a look at, predictions and everything else, we'll basically get into that in a little while, because if you guys haven't already checked out all the cool stuff that we offer in PUBG Mobile, you should also head to the cinemas to check out Spider-Man's Brand New Day. And it's everywhere across the globe. If you guys haven't watched yet, if you guys are too busy, now's the best time. And also do check out that collab that we do have in game as well, and many more stuff that's currently happening in PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, there's a lot of things going on PUBG Mobile. Alongside that as well, when you look at Spider-Man, you see him webbing around. Very cool way to move around the map. I mean, in the movie, but now in the game itself, you can also move around really, really cool with this collaboration with Ferrari as it joins the PUBG Mobile V4.5, starting off since I think last month, still going on till today. It's a limited time thing, so be sure to get it for yourself. If you make content, don't forget to put in the relevant hashtags such as PUBGMX Ferrari, hashtag PUBG Mobile, hashtag PUBGM450, hashtag Ferrari, and hashtag PUBGMX Diria Ferrari. Oh my god, I got it right this time. Let's go, Contra.
Let's go. And of course, if you guys want to be as cool as Naruto, well, you can do it in game right now, because we got the collaboration with Naruto Shippuden, where you could assemble with your fellow ninjas and just basically fight other ninjas out there in the map with their iconic locations, as well as characters like you can see. We got Sasuke at the back, we got Kakashi, and so much more. You can also fly into the map with the nine-tailed fox as well, which we have already seen a couple of players have done so. And of course, you guys can take all your time to do just that while we go back to business, because today it's final day of them qualifying to the finals. And for us, we're probably thinking about who can actually make it. These are some picks right here. And I think like NGGZ, they're definitely going to be there. Let's talk about VIX as well as Time. Why do you actually think that they will be the couple of teams that will make it through?
I have nothing else to add other than I'm running on full copium and a true underdog story. I mean, we've seen some really cool stuff coming in from VIX and Time as well, right? But we didn't really see them really light up the charts, such as teams like Young Galacticos or NGGZ or stuff like that. So I want to see it happen just for controversial sake. I want to see it happen for everything else as well. But Rondo is the map we're gonna go to right now, and I'm really hoping it happens.
Yeah, and I would say that there's not gonna be any controversy if they actually do that well as well. I mean, overall, it's been 2 weeks of culminations of effort coming in from all the 20 teams respectively. Of course, if they do actually do it fair and square, they absolutely deserve to be in the finals. So the kind of picks that I go for, they do show promising signs, but they did not really do all too well back in week 1. It's like, when we take a look at Goodfellas, they're on the rise right now. They do have 3 points lingering from the conclusion of week 1. So I think like their chances are really good. Same goes to MSI. And I'm trying to remember my last pick as well. I'll go back to that in a little bit. Elevate. Now, Elevate's in a very interesting case. They walked away with 0 points last week. Moving into this week, they are still trying to gain some momentum. Are they there yet? We'll have to find out.
That's really funny when you see how things go. I think, okay, personally for me personally, I think today we'll see a faster, more aggressive lobby. I think we've seen it happen every single season. That last day, suddenly everyone wants to be hero. Everyone wants to go fast, everyone wants to go aggressive, and everyone wants to farm. It's just a matter of whether or not they can do that. Look at how many teams are already here in the middle of the map. Elevate's here, Goodfellas, one member already fought. Hybe is there, Kotowo. We've seen him getting very, very active alongside Genji as well. No one's really surviving this. Marcus and Jeffrey also knocked out since VIX also in the vicinity. Have you ever seen this week? Because I don't think so.
Well, yeah, not too much coming from the side of Hybrid Esports at the release, but they are popping up with 3 points already being gained, and there's just so much more splatter across the map. As you can see, the map continuously lights up. How many teams are we actually getting in Yulin? Because I see rainbows at the current point in time. Every single corner, tucked with a single player, or even the entire squad as well. While Amura finds more members from the side of NGGZ. This is just hunting season right as we speak of it, and Lil Wangs and the rest of BKS, they're doing so much, but haven't gained any points so far.
Okay, Amura, we've seen a lot of brilliance from him coming out throughout the entire week. Keeps a close eye out on Kotowo, doesn't really land those shots. At this point, anything that moves is what he tries to go for. Even onto the other side there, we saw Teo member already getting knocked down, but Time here looking real good, getting a pick off. It feels like this particular area is a free for all. It doesn't matter who's who, it doesn't matter what team. You cross us, we fight. It's hard to even find that possibility of a third party when everyone is so scattered around the area. No team is left unscathed. Time with only one player left, Vix only with two, Seven Sky one player knocked. You can immediately see a lot of teams have sort of like, I think, parked themselves near the revival points as well for those instant revives because everything's just happening so fast.
Yeah, and more often than not, we'll basically be more concerned if they were to have finished with their recall and they still want to continuously fight, because you only get to recall once if you're being knocked already. So most likely than not, they will just try to linger around the outskirts, try not to re-enter the Yulin, or perhaps the game plan is to re-enter a little bit later back into the Yulin so that they could find even more drop of points if they are daring enough to risk their lives for it. But of course, Rondo, it's always going to be pretty rowdy as we start things off, but it does seem to have subsided for a little tad bit. Scythe now being recalled, as we do still have Hybrid getting another knockover onto their own teammate. That is the aggression being shown from the side of Holy Say, as Elevate did manage to hold firm. So Kotuo will now try to salvage the situation, but the push is already in effect, and this might just be it. Can he hold on? A 1 versus 1. He did get the reset true, so it is not going to be fair for him to just go solo bolo.
Yeah, solo bolo. Holy Say, quick reposition, not trying to be too aggressive here and of trying to avoid a double push if possible. Now, these two players have separated, one on the top side and one at the bottom. Genji cutting that noise, but does go for a jump check to see if anyone's close. I don't think he has spotted where Holy Say is, but they definitely know where the position of one of the players are. Holy Say decides to make a little bit more space between him and the rest of the team, definitely because you can see Kotowo is close by, that's taken down red as well. So the positions of HYB that's kind of like scattered on the map leaves a lot of question marks, but VKS is still quite close. They have this high ground area. You can look through the windows, you can find his off-angle situations, and I think that's the way that they were able to get a knock onto a member of NGGZ as well.
Yeah, it's just a really smart method of play coming from the side of VKS, finding Gerald from the outskirts. With such cheeky angles, Lil Wangs gets the drop done. The drive-by not too effective coming in from MMS. He tries to hightail it, but he is going to clear the mid since there is going to be a member at the recall tower. He will drop though, but decent effort. Lil Wangs just a little bit faster.
All right, now they get the revive, they stay as a 4, most importantly. And I feel like this area that VKS is holding is just really good. I think they have like 4 eliminations already, just kind of hugging around the area. Catching those early ones was just really good by Amura, actually. They were just really waiting for those situations where 2 players or 2 teams would fight and they just go in for the third party fire. Speaking of fire, it's Genji to find Kotowo finally. But unfortunately for him, not able to save his teammate, as Holy Say stealthy as a ninja to be able to get these isolated fights. He's solo, but ballsy as hell to be able not only knock down 2, but also still try his best to put in more damage to Lil Wangs on the outer side of that area. No hesitation, no break, nothing. Know that his teammate's gonna just be able to just reset him later on.
Yeah, there's not much that can be done from that position for Elevate. Very unfortunate for him to be pretty much stuck inside of the temple without much of an angle to work up against the rest of VKS. I believe that's a supplementary smoke grenade for him to have some kind of cover at the very least. As Holy Saint's just going to try to make his way around the other side of the temple. But that is going to be Shifu Nadi that's going to be greeting him with a toss of a grenade. Just bounces off the wall. Not going to be able to connect for the moment, but with 2 members, this should be pretty much easy pickings for the side of VKS. And we'll be expecting another recall coming in for the side of Elevate eventually. Meanwhile, we can already see 3 teams light up in blue. That means that They've already done their recalls. They're just lingering around the outskirts to slowly make their journey inbound. Now, this is an awkward situation here. 1v1 between Damon and Jeffrey.
This will be fun. I've seen both these players are just very, very, I would say, accomplished in their own way. So the sprays come through. Oh, Dale is here as well. You don't want to cross Dale. Jeffrey jumps out there in the open. But Dale just a little bit quicker on that draw and faster, and Damon steals away that pick. So I think it's such a really good setup between Damon and Dale. You kind of put Jeffrey in this idea that, hey, I'm alone. And then right as he moves away in the vehicle, you have Dale to come through with his own. Waits for timing for the jump out, and then that spray was just honestly brilliant. We've seen so many times that I think throughout the entirety of this week that players would like try to do a surprise jump out of the vehicle and get a pick. But it feels like the ones that jump out first are the ones to fall, unfortunately.
Yeah, very, very rough in those kind of instances. And we're already seeing GFS actually getting a really good pickoff up against those members of Seven Sky. And it shouldn't mean too much of a problem for Seven Sky to bring their members back, but it will definitely hinder them because the blue zone's already kicking into stage 2. So the damage is going to be a little bit tad higher. While GFS, they've been on the roll. They've had a great run yesterday. They got themselves a chicken dinner against Yangon Galacticos out of all these teams that they were facing off with. And now, a little bit of trouble for them to rotate over, though, because that circle's going towards Mayran, and they've got a lot of bridges to just traverse around. So we'll have to see whether they pass by safely, and I would just hold myself back because 214 has already wrapped from the back to pick one off.
Yeah, really good timing coming from Eugene as well. As you can see on the feed to our right here, the point feed, a lot of teams are still very far out in the blue. The shift is just not really favoring many of the teams as well, especially since they did drop all the way toward that western side. So, but it doesn't really matter. I think I'm more surprised about like how the speed of some of these teams. NGGZ, a later rotation this time around compared to how they played in the beginning of the week that were a little bit more fast. I think kind of similar to how Hive was in terms of rotations. This time around, opting for a slower rotation. I think HYB a little bit later as well. KE just finally made it into the safe areas. In the middle, we're still seeing the usual suspect teams such as OV, such as Hives, just already inside of Washing itself. But for time, they finally find that a member of Elevate, Holy Smoke finally knocked down and immediately taken out of the game as well. Elevate, now you can tell that they're scattering wide open areas, not really favoring them. They can't really put their head down either. And Master Lion, despite everything, Elevate's not being very, very easy or cooperative targets. They're sort of moving around, zigzagging around as well. And I think for MSI, they don't really want to show their hand, knowing that I think TO is also close by as well in case they do decide to, I think, rush forward.
Yeah, it definitely is a very dicey situation for the side of Elevate members because the last we saw, they got wiped out in Yulin. So this has been the recall being used. Therefore, they plant themselves in a very open terrain, which definitely worries me for a tad bit. Well, Devon's going to be able to find something in return. I love the update where you can start digging holes as well with the pickaxe. So you could basically find yourself a little bit of a cover if there's not much of it to work with. Now, TO has got their eyes locked onto Observation Esports. As much as this hasn't been the best week for Observation Esports, the previous week they've already secured 8 league points themselves. So as long as they can march all the way in within the top 16, they should be good to go, but the margins are looking kind of tight. If you take a look at 15 to 17, they're only like 2 to 4 points segregating each other, so we'll expect a little bit of a shift every single match.
Yeah, it should definitely happen as well. I think that the last days are always so interesting since it is that last moment or like that Hail Mary situation, right? So a lot of teams want to make that happen. Again, this week has been one of the most interesting ones because it hasn't really been the most top heavy. I mean, yeah, we have like 1 or 2 teams. Yango Galacticos especially, I mean, 300 points. And if you look at second place at 176, they probably like almost doubled the gap between. And it felt like yesterday was a mad dash for them. And I think Yango Galacticos yesterday was like a true, I would say, measuring stick of what they can bring to the table and what pressure looks like to a team that can't play on that last day. We had a bit of conversation about like, would you rather be the team to play first, or the team that gets out first? Or would you like to be playing day 2? And I think for me personally, I would like to be the team that plays on that last day because you have a benchmark on what you're supposed to hit, as opposed to say Young Galacticos that can only sit at home, watch the games, and pray no one goes at top spot. Yeah, they've qualified, sure, but $1,600 is a lot of money, by the way.
Yeah, but if we were to actually calculate the numbers right now, with only 6 maps of play for Hive International to actually catch up to them, requires about 4 chicken dinners at the very least.
They could.
And we're also they absolutely could, but it also requires them to also have big frag numbers, which
Yeah.
they also could. So we'll have to see how well they do. Meanwhile, Observation Esports on the push as they take out the members of Goodfellas. They at least walk away with 4 points. Not too bad of a start, I must say. Even for the rest, like Seven Sky as well as GC, they cut a couple points, but now we focus on the KE as well as Hive right now.
Mad Dog gonna be able to just get div there. Unfortunately, his range does have a bit of an advantage from the top side of the stairs. Still so aware where KE might be, and KE scatter and just get completely dismantled here. Just an unlucky situation for them because they were a little bit too separated. They weren't able to play off one another, so trade potential was just not there. Hive is just so big right now, already with 7. Probably heard what you said, Contra, about the possibilities of what ifs and what if they could, right? We saw their breakout day last Wednesday, and we thought to ourselves, damn, that's crazy. Because last week they were not bad as well, just a little bit behind the likes of NGGZ. But then they went a bit more quiet toward that day 2 and day 3. And then possibly that little bit of a break gave them a bit of time to really think about how they want to approach this game. How exactly they want to kind of change up. And possibly it looks like all they want to do right now is play their own game. Play aggressive. This fast kind of take, this aggressive style take, it works well in their favor so long as they're being smart about it. And I think that's possibly what they talked about.
Oh, sure enough, I think like a little bit of a break definitely gives a little bit more of an energy boost coming in for teams like Hive International as well as their respective group heading into this week. That includes KE, Golden Cross, as well as Black Eagle Esports. Those other names that I've just listed, they are kind of on the red, if I must say, especially for Golden Cross. They don't really have too much of those kind of leeway because they have 0 points. But this is a treacherous game-ending circle with the lake still in play. So this is going to be pretty tough for the teams to really find that space moving into the next zone. It's going to be brawl time for the likes of many, while Time Esports tries to pave a path. The rest of NGGZ, they've already hunkered down by the corners of the roadside. So this is going to be a little bit of a blockade up against those members of Elevate Holy.
Elevate has been struggling. They have been stuck here for quite some time. They're getting pressured by so many different teams. TO was one of them. NGGZ, I think we saw a little bit of MSI as well at one point as well. For them to rotate into the zone requires them to not only win this against NGGZ, but they have to cross MSI. There's also a possibility of getting shot at by Time, as well as a TO as well. So it's a very, very high risk situation by them. I'm really wondering what the game plan is on how they want to do this rotation. We definitely saw one of members of MSI here that jumped down, but his teammate is the one to fall! As you say, oh man, MSI, what a setup. What a meat shredder hold that they have been able to make.
Oh man, from the pan to the fire as well for the side of Elevate. They were just desperate to get out of this treacherous situation, but they ran into just another team. Like you said, they were absolutely surrounded. And MSI, they were just so well prepared to just receive every drop of those points. Now, they get to continuously push forward. They're already in the top 3. I might just say this might just guarantee them the slot in the finals, but the day is going to be long. There's still a couple more games to go. We'll still see updates coming from teams like NGZ as well as 214, who's also doing pretty well throughout this game. Now, take a look at the rest of those coming in from the southwestern corner. We got Hive, we got TEO, we got KE, side by side, but KE, they're just by the rim of it, and they did match this spot, Genji's body. They're the ones who knocked it previously anyways, so that's going to be another one confirmed. KE now, 7-point being farmed in this matchup. This is huge news because they absolutely need to make it to the top 6.
anticipating. His teammates as well. Dio decides to just really hold down the fort. They have nice areas and angles of hold here. Master Ichi loses his. Unknown does get one in the end. Unfortunately for them, positions are a little bit too separated from one another, leaving only 2 alive. Fortunately for them as well, not able to hold down, still managed to go out with a 6-11. Quite commendable to say the least. KE looks really good before getting knocked down as well. Quite a number of eliminations hand in hand, with Master D2K keeping a close eye out on Hive. Don't want to over-aggress. Mad Dog needs to get picked up, but I think for the rest of KE here, I don't think they're actually going to go out there in the open to go for that pickup either. Lack of information of where Hive is positioned is going to be a problem. No, I think same movement a little bit from the rest of KE here should be able to get Mad Dog alive all the way till the end, and you want to be able to do so as well. Numbers, strength in numbers, yada yada yada, the usual stuff. But if production can move toward defeat just now, you saw that OV had a nice hold in the middle of that circle. They have the southern side as well as the northern side of that little body of water, so just to get an idea on where exactly the circle shift is going to be, and also that I think possibility and security as well, which is really good as Ramon does get a bit of chip damage coming through here. There's a lot of stray, I think, sprays through those smokes. A lot of teams just really hoping to pressure off these players, kind of like lure them out into the open. But the reposition doesn't seem to bother anyone outside of the zone at all.
Not at all, but I do like what I'm seeing coming from Hive International. They've already conquered some portion of the north, which is why they can afford to expand their wings a little bit, try to gatekeep teams like KE from moving inbound. So this is actually going to force the hands of KE to wrap the other side, to force them to take on other teams so that the pressure is being relieved from the side of Hive International, and indeed, they will just further commit towards the side of Hybrid Esports. And even with those emergency covers being called, it is still going to be Hive to be able to sandwich them in between those members of KE. So there's just no chance whatsoever for Hive. They did score 6 points, but 6 points barely enough. They're still close to the bottom.
Play Junior with the nade. Oh, perfectly done onto Master Lion. Gets knocked down, Issei. Possibly very lucky to not get hit by that splash damage as well. Forced to stay very, very quiet and unmoved as he does go for that reset. Clay Jr. suspects something's wrong, decides to just rush forward here. Issei will try and just challenge this fight face to face. Clay Jr. so low right now. He needs to hold his ground, but he's not able to do so. He can't steal away those extra points. And MSI looking so good, unstoppable. Also given the space to go for a reset again. To survive as a 3 this long is incredible. With 10 eliminations, whatever aggression they had done the day before, they're still kind of like rolling over till today.
My, I would call that quite the outplay as well coming from MSI, because they were just desperate to make that play happen. And right now, it's going to be Master DTK goes for the jump shot. Will connect coming in from Kid as it brings him down, but KE ever ready. Will go 1 for 1. Leo still on the block though, so this is far from over for the rest of KE, because this battle is just about to begin. They managed to recuperate while Leo does have a hunch of where they are, so he's going to be tossing that grenade up above, but it's not going to be finding the mark just yet. Now the problem is this body of water, the lake, segregating them as well as the rest of the party. They do spot out the rest of MSI at the very same time. Leo now all alone. How long can he hold on? As much as we talked about how well Observation has planned themselves over on this corner, it seems like everybody's just going up against them.
Yeah, everyone has to fight them. You can't really get away with this unscathed. Now, if you look at the feed there, Leo is just gonna try and rush himself forward across using the vehicles, just gonna quietly stay here for time being. And especially when you don't have restricted numbers to provide that support, what can you do other than just survive? And it's gonna be doing just that for now. Master D2K here. Oh man. A little bit more than Chu, a little bit unaware that there's another team close by as well. He's left a little bit out there in the open, despite him in the best possible position to go against another team. Hive has just been so active. They go toward the northern side, toward that bridge area there. And then toward the urban area, my bad. And then they rotate down south, get a knock, make some noise, and rotate across one more time. And now for KE here, they've done a great job of just collecting as many stragglers as possible, dismantling some teams, but now they meet their match, which is going to be MSI. They've been unmovable for quite some time. They've been able to survive as a team. Still strength in numbers as well. A lot of hero plays just really move them forward. But the same could be said about Hive. That's matching MSI in terms of eliminations there. We saw a member of BKE get taken out just now. Even a secure there to just further dismantle the team. And we know that teams like BKE, if you don't weaken them, especially toward the end game, they are gonna be a big problem to deal with.
True enough. Right now, a lot of teams are being brought to down to size. BKE, Bigs, Observation Esports at the very same time. Last we saw, Mad Dog was left all alone, too segregated from his teammate. And now all that's left for the side of KE is that one member, Campus, right across that river. And, well, I keep saying river and all kinds of different body of water. It's just a lake, actually. Anyways, somehow at least does stay afloat. As for Time Esports, they did manage to chime in to kind of weaken the side of KE earlier, helping MSI at the very same time. And I believe that with the overwhelming strength of numbers coming in from the other parties as well, that will be the end for the side of KE. But that has been a big chunk of points being received. KE knows very well they need to ensure that they make it to the finals. And in order to do that, they kind of have to fight into the top 6. So that being said, the chase will still go on. 2-1-4, as long as they're still alive, they're going to make the margins even harder for KE to catch up. Whereas for the rest of Hive International, they're firmly planted. They have walls for cover. They have a couple of compounds. And 2-1-4 is just going to be holding on to the top space. So they probably won't meet each other till the very end unless somebody's got to stir this side of the terrain. Doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. 2-1-4, they're happy where they're at, directly in the center.
All right, here we go right now. Oh, there's a lot of teams just hanging around here. With Hive having the majority or the lion's share, at least of the top side, not anymore. Since 2-1-4 will be favored in this situation. And this is so interesting, right? Usually 2-1-4 is the team that's a little bit more aggressive, lighting up that kill feed. And this time around, they've been prioritizing survivability as well as a zone control. And it's working very well. Throughout all of this, I already got 6 eliminations. And this, I would say, compound is just so good. A lot of high angles to get that bird's eye view angles. A lot of coverage as well to allow them to just really straightforward get those sprays and then move away if someone does decide to go fight back. And now Vix decides to hold the line as Time rushes to them straight to their death.
Ooh, they didn't really calculate this well enough. They thought that they could easily just run over those members of Bigs, but they were just absolutely ready, especially Lord. He definitely have held back from going for that save, and he just basically pulled the trigger, and that swing was what brought them all those points back in return, and they keep themselves alive into the top 5, even plenty more for Bigs to play for. But even more pressure coming in from Rujin, so he's not going to be safe just yet, just by the edge of the zone. Very risky attempt, and they will crash out.
Crash out at 5th, I think very, very not bad. Wow, my English terrible, but let's talk a little bit about this top 4. Hive looking daunting, and so is 2-1-4. Migs knocked down already, but can be saved. The amount of space 2-1-4 has is really good, but the takes coming in from teams such as MSI is just even better. Ryujin to fall. There is an answer back as Capo with a big swing forward. The high ground favoring the players of Hive so well. Even Rage cannot fight back. And suddenly completely dismantle the team that's first in the area and in the zone, in the compound, reaps the benefits. And MSI, 2-1-4, and OB doesn't look in the best of positions and health either. Capo going up in a 1v1, could secure a pickup onto Issei here, but has to play this very, very safe because one shot is all he needs for another team member to fall. And Capo secures it in the end. And OB, a 1v1 in this economy at the very end. We haven't seen this in a while, have we?
We have never seen this in a long time, and it's a poetic ending in Lo Hua Sing to see who's going to be the kings of the castle. It's a three-way warfare, it does seem like. But I do see there's a couple of guards moving around. That's actually the spawns inside the city. So indeed, it is just between 2-on-4 as well as Observation Esports. It's been trials and tribulations for the both of these teams. Did very well for week 1 as we saw OV dominating, but now Capo's heard those footsteps. He's trying to go for the jump shots, but this is going to be an awkward angle for him to do so. Is he just going to take that risk? He does have that grenade, and now there's going to be that push to settle the scores. Leo desperate to push up, and it will still be 2-1-4 to be the kings of the castle.
2-1-4 played this so smart as well. The priority on getting zone control had worked out so well in their favor. Being able to get the compound that gave them so much space, so much, I would say, a bird's eye view of the entire, I think, circle helped them so well. In a lot of situations, these fights that they win were all from high ground. When Hive tried to push up, Capo swings out, and because he was on the very top of those stairs, he got a lot more space to go for these fights, even though it was a 3-on-1 in that very corner. 2-on-4 looks really good. Majority of these pickoffs happening toward the end of the map as well. Capo, our hero with 9, moving around stealthily like a ninja, popping out left, right, and center. It was so hard for many of these teams to deal with him, and even winning 1v3s and 1v2s.
My, we start to see this team come to life. At first we thought it might have just been the goner because week 1, they didn't look like themselves, but week 2, they are shining bright as ever, especially now. Finishing off the very final map of Rondo in such a fashion, we can't ask for more, so let's take a look at the highlights and we'll get down to business.
Correct lah. Alright, coming in here with 2-on-4, going huge, but the same could be said about the rest of the teams. You can tell that everyone is here to play. Everyone is all in today. With MSI also with 14 eliminations, Hive with 13, KE with 11. And MSI was just farming left, right, and center from the middle part of the game. As for Hive, well, they got active from the get-go. This is the kind of teams or the type of power that we've seen these teams display before. We haven't really seen it throughout the entirety of this week. Possibly everyone's just kind of like on hibernation mode, just trying to hide as much strats as possible up until the last possible day where they need to just really go all out. 2-on-4 prioritizing positioning instead of those early fights they used to, and it worked so well in their favor to give them those extra 10 points thanks to the chicken dinner.
Yeah, I really wish that we get this form of play coming in from all the mentioned names that we've just brought up. But Capo, the way he played out inside the city, how he actually played even 1v2s was just absolutely insane. Take a look at the elimination points. He took a bulk to send 214 Esports sky high. Not to mention the damage numbers as well. It's just absurd what he's been able to accomplish, and with him getting that elevated angle towards the very end, that's just basically the icing on the cake. So more to see coming from the side of 214 Esports in these upcoming matches. But take a look at this as well, Tash. There's just so many teams with bulks and bulks of points throughout the chart.
I know, it's so rare, right? Usually we have a very top-heavy situation when it comes to these very aggressive, I would say, lobbies. You'll have like 2 or 3 teams going aggressive, and then the rest of the team in the lobby going maybe like 1 point, 2 points in terms of eliminations. But this time around, everyone's getting active. I think the worst will be BKE with only that 1 point. But even then, teams like GC and then GGZ only getting 3 as well. So you can tell that which teams are getting a bit more active a bit earlier and which teams are not. But at the same time here, the overall rankings, I think Hive is looking to try and challenge the 300 pointer. They're not too far away from that 200 pointer, so they're coming there very, very soon. There is a bit of a 10-point gap between them and MSI. CSU not playing today. If 214 keeps it up, they should be able to just overtake this team. And NGZZ still very, I think, to me, quiet. So again, it's been an interesting week for them, if you ask me. They haven't really been able to start the way they wanted to start. Been very quiet, had a big pop-off round or 2, and then back to being quiet again. They haven't really found that groove of consistency quite yet.
Yeah, after all, it's just the first matchup of the day, and we can't blame them with how Raw Nova played out because everyone's just aggressing all the way, so they really got to find a way to kind of adapt to the same level of pacing as well. So right after this, we'll go into our classic map of Erangel, so don't go anywhere. All right, it's time for us to get right back into the action. This is the final day of the league, so if you guys have just joined in, this is still a perfect time. Well, if you missed out on the action, that was one epic chicken dinner won by 2-1 for esports. And now we're going back into 3 back-to-back Erangel. I really wonder what will happen from here on out because it was just so explosive the past round.
Yeah, I think like now everyone's kind of like eyes wide open, understanding the tempo, understanding what each team is trying to achieve today. Teams such as I think NGGZ probably got caught off guard there. Teams like OV probably got caught off guard there. So I'm waiting to see what exactly they talked about in the little break that they had. What exactly is going to be the playbook page that they're going to be opening, and we're about to find out now in our first Erangel of the evening.
I'm absolutely loving the fact that the teams with the most stakes involved to qualify the finals are the ones finding big results today, especially for 2-1 for esports, walking with that chicken dinner. And you did mention about Observation Esports. You know, they had some really shaky rides throughout the week. I'm kind of glad to see them at least getting all the way to the top 2 with one member surviving to try to challenge Capital, but they still got more work to be done here.
Yeah, a lot of work to do. I think if we were to look at that ladder, they're not necessarily in the safest of spots. And, you know, they're still trying to find this situation where they can utilize their usual style of play. And I say their style of play is because I'm not saying they're one-dimensional per se, but they have a certain way they want to do things. They want a certain play, they want to play it. But you have to be really smart about going about it. You know this team has high firepower. You know this team likes to take these fights. Unfortunately for them, a lot of teams don't really want to deal with that, or they just know how exactly to deal with that kind of aggression. So they need to find a different way to be able to play the way they play. I don't know if I'm making any sense here, but hear me out. Anyways, Anyways, we're seeing a shift as well. I'm seeing the, I think it's Goodfellas trying to hop into Young Galacticos' usual draw structures at Novo, which is a good thing, understanding this. OV, I'm not too sure if they're going to go to an SMB or they're going to challenge the pace. I think they're going to go to an SMB. So, if anything, they should be averted from these early... No! Just side by side!
Oh.
I like this. I mean, why not, right?
Yeah, it just goes to show that both of them have the same idea. It's like, oh, YG's not here. This island should be open for the taking. OV has always been in SMB and they couldn't extend because of YG, and they thought without their presence it would have been clear, but apparently not the case for today. So we'll see whether if they might be fancying a chance to take off some members of GFS, or could it be the other way around? Clay Jr. says, okay, this space is a little bit occupied, so there's going to be that monster truck to pick him up.
Yeah, it should be really good in terms of getting their stuff. Regardless, the circle is topside. So the rotations coming from the south is going to be really good. I think, okay, usually when it comes to those early rotations, it's always going to be Hive. But Hive dropped in the middle of that map. So there is a lot more teams toward the northern side that you're going to have to go to. So the rotation is not going to be easy. If they want to go toward the west and go up through the western bridges of Jojopol, well, that whole area near hospital and southern Jojopol is fully occupied. You want to go through Rozhok? Well, Rozhok has 2 teams hanging around there. The only team that's, I think, very comfortable to get to the middle of the circle early, I think it'll be NGGZ and KE, where KE is already actively riding toward that north side. Now, I think production is here, just hanging around GFS, hoping that we would see those early fights like we mentioned. But I'm sorry, Prod, I don't think we're gonna be able to see it, since OV was like, nah, not today, not now. We didn't have that best round earlier. I think it's just a split. There's so many other places we can go, like SMB, which they are in right now already. So giving away that space and just allowing yourself to be able to be prepped up for later fights is also a good thing as well for them.
Yeah, if I were to be, say, the coach or analyst of Goodfellas, I would have actually done exactly the same as what they were planning here. It's like, oh, YG, they've always got good points starting off here. Why not copy their homework, right? Like, if they're gonna rotate late, let's see how they move. Maybe this is gonna be the same style of pattern they try to emulate. I wouldn't say directly copy them in a sense, but it's all boiling down to execution as well on how do they actually overcome some of the adversity. So it definitely will be very interesting if they do pull off something special by the end of this round. So we'll take a look later on. Whereas for the side of TEO, I think we really saw this team usually ramp up somewhere in the middle of the week. And then now they're also taking shape, especially from that last round. They did achieve quite a significant amount of elimination points, but their continuous struggle have always been trying to survive to the tail end. So once they manage to settle that, I do think that this team could be a very high quality team in the finals.
Right, yeah, they can be. I mean, they've showed us that they can. It's just a matter of being able to execute what you have in mind. And against, I think that this season, this whole lobby has shown us a different side of them. It's very different than the previous seasons as well. Since we used to be very very top heavy, right? Now it feels like everyone's
Mhm.
shooting. The addition of the newer teams into this league as well has made it so much more interesting, since everyone has to adapt with a different style to play of the different PMNCs. So that's
Mhm.
also very very fun to see. Regardless, as much as I thought we would be having an explosive round like we did at Rondo, we've gone back to a regress to the slower start that we usually see. I even the rotations aren't as aggressive as I thought it would be, like in Rondo just now. We
Yeah.
are seeing some shifts. If you could show the map feed that
Mhm.
Elevate had already kind of rotated all the way to a Severny side. I think it's a very comfortable town to be in. You don't really have to worry about anyone kind of like going behind your back either. All you have to worry about is what's in front of you, at least southern side of them as well. Stalber fully controlled by KE. Even NGGZ is getting a bit more active and leaving to Yasnaya Polena. They're still there, but they decided to go toward the northern side where they can just fully take control of the little tippy endings of the buildings instead of like the entire town.
Yeah. I love the fact that you mentioned about the pacing has changed so drastically in that sense. That's also because there's no more recall towers. For those who are wondering, like, wow, game one was crazy. Let's get that again. It kind of feels like okay, it was no gloves boxing, and now they kind of put their gloves back, and they have to basically go through round after round of those minutes of boxing. So this is just merely those first couple of minutes that they'll have to slowly uh wiggle their way out, and we'll finally get ourselves a first blood onto a member of KE. And that point now being backed by NGGZ definitely supplements them a whole lot. Now, also take a look at the middle pack Tash. A
Mm.
lot of teams around that 100 to 111 margin. This is just too close for comfort. Any given point in time, we'll see big shifts happen in the mid pack.
Yeah, you want to get out of that mid pack area and you want to give yourself a little bit more to bolster yourself forward. And that's exactly what Teo is probably thinking about right now, to be able to get a little bit more of those elimination points. I think throughout entirety of I think the previous map and this one, Master Ichi was hot on the hunt. Majority of the Teo players are just kind of like moving around, hanging around these off angles to be able to steal away an elimination or two. And elimination, we see once again KE Campus. Point taken away by Gerald here. And GGZ decides to get a little bit more aggressive, but aggressive enough that they don't get dismantled. Now, they've been able to take away two members of KE, sorry, two members of KE there in that prolonged fight. They haven't been able to kind of like locate the other two, but if they had a chance, they would have gone for this all-out fight. I'm trying to figure out where exactly the rest of KE is. I believe they had moved out of the compound area and opted to go take a vehicle and rotate up north to put a little bit of space between them and the rest of the teams. This is, after all, going to be a good call, especially when you don't have strength in numbers to be able to watch so many different angles. I'm curious as well about what BKE has in mind for this particular round as well, because they were, I think, the team that only went out with 1 point on
Mhm.
Rondo. You want to play catch up here. What's the plan? They're already in the I think they're not in the middle circle. They're northern side. They're towards Severny there, where right outside the area where Elevate has kind of hunkered down here. Hasn't been spotted quite yet. And I think it's good that they decide to take the terrain outside because it gives them a bit of space. And now, because they're holding
Wow.
onto that area, they can effectively gatekeep Elevate from getting into the zone as well, because they are in these, I would say, these compounds, right? So you can go for long
Mhm.
ranges, they can play for off angles, and rotating out is going to be a big pain.
I certainly would say that this could have been a really good opportunity for BKE to farm out, but they also decided, hey, let's move deeper into the zone because if we're going to play by the outskirts, there's going to be a lot of teams moving towards this corner, and there we go. They're looking for those pickoffs up against Hive of all teams. Maybe 1 sec, landing the blow, and immediately they turn tails and basically move into a deeper corner. There is still pressure coming in from KE. So that is going to be the point to be secured by KE instead because they did not want to afford staying far too long and get picked off.
Yeah. You really gotta figure out a way to just really prolong your stay into this game. You want to be able to survive at the very least. And even elevate, not very comfortable. One of the members there took a lot of damage just moving around this area outside where Seven Sky is just kind of holding on, hunkering down. 2-on-4 though, super active here with high CK already getting knocked down quickly. They are very advantageous today. Very good with realizing what they have in store in hand, and now they decide to take the full entire space away from them. Capo finds Champ getting knocked down, and Capo tries to make it competitive. Moving around on the other side here, no worry at all in terms of pushes. They were completely choked from multiple angles. As soon as one member of Seven Sky gets knocked, the rush is just imminent. It's textbook, but it works.
It absolutely worked out to perfection. I don't think we've seen any swifter fights as compared to how 2-1-4 closes this one out. Usually it will take maybe more than 15 seconds. They just went for that drive-by swing and then they basically cornered every single window as well as doorway and they found their mark. And this is the power of momentum riding on their shoulders. I mean, what am I even Englishing right now? I mean, 2-1-4. They won out huge in the past round and they are just basically still having that gear running real high.
I am very impressed. I'm seeing from 2-1-4 today. Very aggressive, very decisive compared to the beginning of the week where it felt like they were a little bit laggy. It felt like their takes and executions were just not really working out in their favor. But as they say, you gotta take a lot of losses, a lot of L's to be able to learn. And I think that at least from what I'm seeing from these first two maps, they've really learned from their mistakes. And now, if we look onto the other hand, we are seeing KE, one member knocked down, even Davan out of the game, leaving them with only one player left. And then GGZ, nice hold of this terrain to be able to keep more space, but it is being hotly contested by the Time players. I believe we saw a knockdown by a member of Time just now that's been able to be taken. And now for NGGZ, anything that crosses them, they will try. They've already marked a member of Hive, I believe. I'm not too sure if they're aware where Vix is. So, like it or not, this circle should shift away eventually, and they need a game plan on how this rotation is going to happen.
That's right, and this is not going to be a good news for the side of GC. They are one of the furthest teams away, coming from the southeast of Yasnaya City. So they will have to pass through at least 3 teams. So good luck to them. I do hope them the very best because last round it didn't work out. Once again, they play it a little bit more passively and they don't really get too much of an intel of what's really transpiring in the middle of the zone. And speaking of the middle of the zone, everyone's fighting for those space and it's just vast lands of open fields for the taking. Observation Esports hoping to pick off one member for the side of VKS. But they're smart enough to basically convoy around with multiple vehicles. They can also form a barricade if they want to, but they will stop for nothing. They will definitely want maybe a little bit more cover, so they are northbound for the moment. But is the rest of Observation Esports going to push them? Doesn't seem to be the case. Clay Jr. just trying to get a little bit more of a bird's eye view as much as he could. And just like that, he still tracks the rest of VKS.
Clay Jr. holding down this top side here. Nice layering with his teammate as well onto the higher ground. So the rest of VKS forced to keep their head down. A lot of pressure coming through as well. Shifu Noti marking the angle, hoping that his sprays would actually clip at the very least onto the player, but wasn't able to get anything off of that at all. It's for GCC now trying to rush forward and they want to challenge MSI here, but they don't seem to have a clear game plan in mind. GC had lost 2 members in this fight already. both members completely annihilated by MSI. Good layering, good angles. They're so good at just making these meat shredder trap plays that work so well in their favor, but they didn't take into account that NGGZ is close by as well. One member of their team knocked down as for Renix Tova, his vehicle's on fire right now, and FD looking to explode it, and Renix Tova barely alive by the skin of his teeth, but will be shot eventually in the end because they will walk straight into the crosshairs of Vix.
Yeah, I guess there's just really no way out for him because they were already late, as I did mention before, and they just have to journey through 4 teams, which is not going to be an easy task at all. So the only member alive for the side of GC is Chilliput, who's somehow just by the rim of the zone next to Kit, as he's just hugging by the corners of the lake. Still Vix right in front of him, as the rest of MSI continues on their pursuit to try to give chase towards those high ground members of NGGZ. NGGZ a little isolated, MM being left out, same goes to Red.
Oh,
So they need a little bit more cover fire, and they are now plowing through every weapon pointed right at Red. How long can he hold on?
here comes the nades as well. MSI coming in from multiple angles. It felt like NGGZ had the upper hand earlier, but now MSI decide to retaliate back. It's looking bad. Red, our MVP from last week, tries to be the hero. Got some hero plays here, but is completely surrounded from multiple angles. His teammates weren't able to even go for a trade. MM now alone, forced to try and see how exactly he's going to try and salvage the situation. Miner does get reset, but in that process, you could see MSI slowly coming forward and taking away the space, forcing Gerald to go and take this 1v1. Lots of damage from the top side, and Issei, realizing this, repositions bottom side, keeps his head low, takes a bit of damage, and isolates this 1v1s. But barely alive, finally goes out in the end. Master Lion is there, the nade takes him out in the end, and MM still has to do the heavy lifting. His teammate falls, the damage is there, a bit of strafe, left, right, and center. The shot not really connecting in the end, but the crucial one does. And MM barely survives this, has a bit of space to reset. Master Lion, unfortunately, cannot follow up. A stalemate
That was
once
crucial.
more.
Oh my goodness, MM, how does he do it? MSI was literally throwing bodies at him, and he managed to survive to tell the tale. Issei still limping over, though. He's trying to gather a little bit more information. Once the pickup happens, Master Line as well as South, they're going to go for that push. But it does buy enough time for NGGZ. They're back on track. 3 members versus 2 at the moment. That grenade looks pretty good. It suppresses Lion.
All right. Gerald, waiting there. Hope you see if anyone comes through. Double nades onto South K and the rest of the team. How on earth did this happen? MSI was the team that had all the high ground and the advantages, but they weren't able to get those last few members of NGGZ. Took too much time, and they retaliated. NGGZ, from the brink of death, able to pull themselves back into the game. And now, out of all of that, eliminating MSI is a big feat because they're able to really stop them the number of points and also have collected 7 points in that process. Migs is here, gonna be able to reconvene with his teammates, but VKS putting in that pressure onto them as well. As for TO now, under fire, VKE is the one trying to rush forward here. But once again, forced to make these big plays as his teammates are no longer alive. Kane is there, but not necessarily in the best position to trade off of him. And as for time here, Kotowo now getting pressured.
Oh, that's just a little bit of work for the side of Wako to settle the ordeal. Hybrid Esports yet again find themselves stuck over on a lower rung ladder. But we're just seeing explosive fights happening in close quarter combat fashion, and one of the most insane ones was what we witnessed between MSI as well as NGGZ. Great efforts being displayed by the likes of Plenty, but now this is going to be the toughest challenge yet. We've seen so many circles going up north, but this is the very first time that it goes into the foothill of Stalber, and this becomes a little bit awkward. Does it favor to those who actually come from the west, or maybe even the foothills of Stalber itself? Either ways, both ends are absolutely vulnerable because of how the nature of the terrain is at the moment. At the very least, time, they do have a little bit more of the space to buy a couple more seconds. Just by the rim of the zone as well. But that also sees Gerald looking on the top side. Seemingly very advantageous for the side of NGGZ should they find the right lucky strikes. But at this point in time, I don't think it's down to luck anymore. Take a look at how well they've been working all together with those 7+ games, and that might just be point number 8.
Honestly, I always get so odd but how Cheryl is able to find these really tiny windows of opportunity to completely abuse it. Now the nade comes through here from Minor. Oh my god!
Ooh.
My god, that is nasty! Straight through the window and straight to their death, since Minor also picks up that point. Even though this team is incomplete as a 3, it doesn't change the way they play. It doesn't stop their aggression either. Hive somewhere had gotten knocked down at 9th with no eliminations at all. We haven't seen that in quite some time. As VKS struggling here, 2-1-4. The same could be said. Blow for blow, back and forth. Ryujin makes magic happen, and the points are stacking up. Clay Jr. decides to join in the fray, and they had waited for a great opportunity and timing for this to happen. The nade has been avoided by Clay Jr. There's a lot of space to work with. A bit of a ring around the rosy as well, trying not to be caught or eating any damage from these nades. But Ryujin K, there's no space to work with inside of that shack, which means that Clay Jr. is able to abuse the splash damage from that nade. And they get eliminated, but still 5 eliminations in the bag.
Such smart measures coming in from the side of Clay Jr. and also a very intense 1 versus 1. Now he just does not rest at all. Immediately unleashes those bullets up against BKE because he knows very well if he don't apply that pressure, he's the one that will get clipped instead. Meanwhile, Shifunari got himself sticking out just by the edge of the zone. Gets taken out. Oh my. Observation Esports, we might not have always gotten our cameras on them, but they've already gotten 7 points already. But Rex now getting pinned down, needs a little bit of a helping hand, while the rest of Vix now pushing uphill. Another climb up against NGGZ. They've won the battle before, but can they do it again? It's gonna be a little bit of a trade happening for both sides.
Here we go. Jeffrey from the top side does well, and MM and as well as his teammate will eventually fall. Vix finally rears their head and showing us more of what they can do when given the opportunity. A bit more of a quieter look for this team, but at the same time, understandably so, this is not necessarily an easy terrain to navigate, and they realize that Kane takes a lot of damage from the players of OV. We talked a little bit about them on how rough their journey is this week. And Baby 1sec looks very, very desperate right now. Out in the open, trying his best to get even a pickup, some form of space and even information. Good to find Clay Jr. And now they know where exactly he is. But the revival is taking some time, and Kit does come through. The damage is there from the Molly. But the crossfire set up by OV is just better. BKE goes down at 5, but 7 elims is a different look from that first map.
Yeah, I really feel like all these tiny little shacks have always been a trap. It's kind of like a false cover, if anything at all, when a full squad is being sent directly at you. It's been another great tossable item right through in order for Observation Esports to secure those points. And I would say some of the members of Goodfellas might have actually thanked OV for shutting them down, making the points still chaseable for GFS. Speaking of which, they're also taking the brunt coming from Observation Esports, so maybe they're not exactly just helping in that regard, but Vix, they're in close proximity. Kit does notice as Marcos hiding right behind that rock. Limited angles, but he's taking a little bit of a wide peek. A little too dangerous as there is still more members on the side of Observation Esports. Instead of going for the flank, they are sending more members up against Goodfellas instead, and that is to their own demise because Riv was ready to take them on.
Here we go. There's the nade straight onto the rest of the team here, and Vix gets that extra 2, but Goodfellas are here as well to get that extra bit of points. So bit of frustration there at the very least for Vix. Position-wise, it looks really good. They have the terrains to work with. And now for the Goodfellas, well, Kid and Rex pressured from 2 different angles. We saw Marcos, I believe, all the way in the front line, side getting a pick-off onto the members of OB. There's still Kid left, if I'm not mistaken. High ground perfectly well in Vix's favor. I believe that's the only, I would say, high terrain compared to the rest, other than time right now, where they do have a bit of cover in those buildings. Great timing by Marcus to find that point onto Rex. But as for Kid, well, no more space. Wide open areas, a low ground as well. You can't really do much here, but pray that other teams will provide you that space by starting a fight with Vix.
My. If you take a look at the mini-map, it is 50% conquered by Vix themselves. Surely Observation Esports will pray for the best possibilities out there. He's on the lower end, far on the west side, and stage 7 is not going to benefit him at all. The moment he tries even to crawl forward, he will be spotted out. Whereas, plenty to play for the side of Vix. The Goodfellas also receiving the other corner of the upcoming zone, so they're going to be firmly planted. No reason for them to really move out, but Jeffrey, this elevated spot, proves to be very, very lethal. Somehow, Time Esports still snuck right behind those members of Goodfellas. So long as he does not make a sound, he remains undetected. It's just going to be a little bit of a stalemate for the moment. Calm before the storm for our first closure of our Wrangle map. And it could still be a very topsy-turvy ending. But the surprising factor to me is that the 2 teams that come from Sonoska Military Base have been able to make the top 4 cut.
I know, right? It's crazy now you think about it. The later ones to the zone. But I think it's just more of like just how they're able to take that space. I mean, there's a good thing and a bad thing about coming to the zone late. Space is one as a con, but the pro is that you can really take a moment of opportunity if, say, the teams inside of the zone are already fighting first. It felt like some of the teams were doing exactly just that, being a little bit more opportunistic with their timing instead of forcing fights to be able to get into the circle. Regardless, as for Kid, he wants to change that 1.8% into a 2.8, and he does, since he did make it into the zone. But gotta be wary of the Goodfellas, gotta be wary of Vix as well. And I think that these 2 teams are so wary and locked into each other's presence that they haven't seen that Kid had rotated closer. And I think that if he does keep his head down, if he just plays onto that off-angle terrain, I don't think he should be seen unless someone decides to push forward a little bit more. It is, after all, a lower slope.
Yeah, there's not much of a reason for many of the teams to check other than Vix, which they will basically keep their eyes locked onto GFS with many more opportunities for them to knock down rather than staring down at Observation Esports. Speaking of which, this is going to be a little bit of a trade-off there. Jeffrey being spotted out. 1 member down from the side of Vix. This is going to be a risky attempt coming from side just to try to salvage this situation. But every member counts in the final battle, and they want to make sure that they are 4-man strong up against the rest of GFS. A couple of nades now spots out Hashi, as he is now on a desperate attempt to try to shake off the rest of GFS.
Oh man, that nade did put a little bit of damage, but not enough to knock him down. So that's going to be a little bit of a problem. It's been quite some time here that we've seen 2 teams equally matched in terms of strength, albeit GFS is 1 member short. OV and time could kind of change the trajectory. No way. Equalize the numbers here. Not sure if Jeffrey can be picked up. And for Shins, knowing that 1 member has been knocked means let's go a little bit more aggressive. But it doesn't seem like his teammates are on that same page quite yet. Probably a bit more wary about Hashi. They know that he's close by. Aware of the nades, takes a bit of damage. A little bit of breathing room and window of opportunity given to Vix. But they don't necessarily want to really take this fight quite yet, allowing for GFS to go for this fight. Maybe hoping that they get a little bit more crippled regardless, because they do still need to go for a reset to the rest of the team here. The nade rolls up here as well. A lot of damage. I'm surprised no one gets knocked from that.
Yeah, that's just like little chip damage being bounced over onto those creases, and Hash is slowly running out of that space. Shaco, eyes locked onto Time Esports. He knows that he needs this drop a point to secure a top 3 finish, and this kind of allow Vix as well as Observation Esports to take more room of play. Hash, how much more damage can he do all alone now, pushing forward? Some tags actually nailing onto those members of GFS, and now a little bit of dance before the full duel commences. Hash now getting clipped, and he's barely surviving.
Oh, no.
Closing through.
Oh, barely healed right at the nick of time. And he's been so annoying for GFS to deal with. Now the full 3v4 happens here. With one member of Victory knocked down again. But OV out at 4th. 9 eliminations here. Rit, aggressive. Great for that pickoff on 2 sides. And somehow Hashi deals away a pickoff, which is Shaco. Oh, wait. A pickoff. Time eliminated with 6 eliminations at 3rd. And Vix is only 1 player left. Jeffrey, you got the weight of the world on your shoulders here. A low ground, a lot of disadvantages to your name. Maybe hoping that this nade will kind of change that trajectory. It rolls a little bit too wide. The answer back is there. He takes some damage of his own. But no team is willing to go in all in for these fights. What can Jeffrey do here?
Whoa.
Clearly nothing, as the good fellas take away all the advantages that Vix has had and snatches away that chicken dinner. Good fellas, how the heck did you pull that off?
That was one of the best games that we've seen coming from the Goodfellas, yet again celebrating another chicken dinner. They had one yesterday, and this one was hard fought, but it seemed like they had limitless supplies of those possibles, and that sealed the deal. Literally ended it with a bang, giving one more great chance to the Bruneians, as we will see them clad in gold. To get a taste of that chicken dinner, let's once more relive some of the moments out there, because they were so much more in control than the other teams. But once again, that rotation coming from the Sonoska side was never easy to begin with, and somehow they pulled it off, and maybe they really did take a playbook out of YG.
Honestly, this team had all the disadvantages stacked against this team. They were playing as a 3-man. They were fighting different teams at the same time. Vix was waiting in the wings. They want nothing to do with these fights. They were just hoping that the Goodfellas would get crippled. But you know what? What better way to tell the story other than the highlights? So let's have a look.
Goodfellas once again making their own region proud. This time walking out with a total of 21 points. And look at those numbers of damage. It's only Ovi that almost match up to them, but oh my word. Like the way that they took control of the zone was impeccable. At first we thought Vix had actually taken over because they had half of the map in their control, and suddenly that firepower kind of held the rest of Vix back.
Yeah, I agree. Vix just, I think, a little bit too passive. Really wanted to be that third party, but that didn't happen. Regardless, it's going to be Rith as our MVP, and for good reason. He was the one that initiated those early fights against so many of the teams. I think toward the end as well, he rushed forward toward I believe it was Vix. Toward Vix, was able to knock 2 down all by himself with those really isolated 1v1s, not allowing for the team to play off one another. Really good stuff in terms of movement and positioning as well. With 21 points to just really bolster their way forward, the Goodfellas currently look like they can do no wrong. They were a team in the beginning of the week that really struggled to find that team identity on how they wanted to rotate, how they wanted to play, and now it just looks like they look super unstoppable. And it's good because I think we talked about it just now during the highlights a little bit, Contra, about what some of these teams look like toward the end of the week, what some of these teams look like after that daybreak. And I feel like teams like Goodfellas look really good right now.
Yeah, overall, when we take a look at the charts, it's still looking relatively close for those in the middle. But more importantly, Goodfellas, they solidify their stance, moving all the way into top 7. It is their third chicken dinner celebration that they've just received. And if it's going to be anywhere more, then they might even make it to the top 5. It's an exciting time to be a fan of the Goodfellas, and very likely so, they could still make it to the grand finals because they have already gotten 3 points from the past week. Meanwhile, we've still had that conversation of who else will be joining the party. KE still in the race. We still have Biggs, who's clawing tooth and nail in order to make ends meet because they've only got 2 points from the previous week. And then you saw, even in this round itself, that was like just about an average 10 point. Everybody's activated today. But of course, when there's winners, there's also those that does not receive too many points as well. So we'll give them some time to recuperate. So we'll take a little bit of break and we'll come back shortly for our next round in match 3.
Welcome back, everyone. We're going to our second air angle of the night. Me and Contra were doing some math. Clearly, he's better at it than me because right now we sort of have a projected idea on which teams might be able to make it, which teams don't, just by how the teams were last week and how their performance is this week, right, Contra?
True enough, but I won't say my math is any good as well. I'm trying my level best, but right at this moment, the only non-moving factor is SNK. So they have 2 bad weeks. They are also not playing today. So they are by default at 20th spot. But the big question remains is that there's only going to be 3 other teams that will be sent off from not joining into the grand finals, and none of these teams want to be part of that. I'll elaborate it a little bit later on as we do get ourselves ready for the next dive into another epic run, the second last of Arangao.
Okay, here we go. We talked about math. We talked about the possibility of some teams. I think you mentioned SNK is one of the teams that might not be able to make it already. So, like, I'm wondering, this comes to mental, right? What exactly is your plan now? What are you going to be playing for? Are you still going to try your best? And if you're going to try your best, what is your game plan? Are you here to triple down some teams, ruin some hopes and dreams? Or are you just here to just play to the best of your ability?
Well, some are there for the vibes, but some are just here for the grind as well. Now, we talk about the grind because that's what matters for some teams. BKS, HYB, they have points accumulated from the previous week. Respectively, if we take a look at those names, Hybrid Esports, 6 points. And we take a look at BKS, they also do have a healthy chunk of 4 points. But in the ladder today, BKS is still holding on to 17, so they are currently at risk. Golden Cross, if they don't do any better, I think they're going to be down there in the gutter as well. Seven Sky, not safe. Time Esports, not safe either. It could be anyone's game.
Really? Now, as we go to this as well, I think we've seen a very similar flight path. I believe it was, I think, just a few days ago as well, where it went to the southern side, and then we saw, I think, there we go.
Another Northern Circle.
Northern Circle. Always the opposite circle, guys.
I guess, like, we always get bamboozled, and I think, like, by now, all the teams are saying, okay, let's park ourselves at Saverny again and see how we feel about things, and then we might just be bamboozled to move back into Yasnaya again and again. Hopefully not the case. I think the endings have been great thus far, and overall, the teams have adapted very well to pace, especially for the good fellas, but this doesn't seem like the best case scenario. We see them trying to get to the garage, and Swan has only got the machete, and he's parkouring up here.
Parkour. This gives me like, you know, the office meme. Parkour. Sorry, couldn't help myself. Sometimes the memes come out a little bit too much. Okay, let's talk a little bit about what we're gonna expecting to see here. Now, usually, again, we're I like it or not, we're gonna be seeing the same early game, right? GZ, yesterday Pollyanna, a little bit later, they take their time, they farm up their loot, and they finally leave, maybe toward the northern side here as well. The good fellas this time kind of going into Novo still. I don't think anything has changed. Everyone's starting to understand where exactly they want to go right after that previous map just now as well. The thing is, I feel like this round is definitely a lot more different than the previous one. Granted that the rotations on that previous map was just a little bit later. Now we're starting to see teams get like a little bit more like, oh, we gotta go. Chop chop, guys, with time instantly going to Saverny. Seven Sky went straight up north. They're not gonna hang around the Rozhok area compared to previously. We're just kind of like punk around the area. We're even seeing us earlier. I think we saw a majority of teams sort of like kind of just hang out toward the southern side of Sotopol Hospital as well, and up until the circle shift. This time around, Elevate said, no, we're not gonna hang around here. We're gonna rotate over toward the shooting range. I think teams are finally understanding, or finally want to change up the way they play instead of the later rotations and going in for fights. Maybe position is key, and I think everyone seems to have that same idea about this.
Yeah, I definitely do think that the placement points matter a whole lot, because if you could just consistently make yourself into the top 5, you are guaranteeing yourself, 4 to 6 points by default, and then any other pickoffs is going to be added bonuses. Overall, there's plenty of all these pickoffs that they still found towards, stage 5 onwards. The most important thing is that they keep themselves healthy. if you were to lose one member, you still gotta stick around with your teammates as well, hoping not to just get traded absolutely for free. And for most part, I think like that hasn't been too much of the case for the entire evening. We saw how active the lobbies were. Everybody was involved in some form of altercation. If it was only a few teams, notably like Hype or even GC, that may have had those struggles in rotation time and time again. I like the fact that when I say time, they just displayed Time Esports production is saying,
Production
hey,
is listening.
it's time that they actually get more done, you know? They're at 15
Yeah.
and
Yeah. I agree with you. I was looking at them, like, it's like, I don't know why, because I guess because we always see them on the kill feed. They're always very active. I thought they'd be higher up the ladder. I looked to the side and I'm like, wait a minute. Sir, you're at 15th. That doesn't look good. With one member getting knocked down already doesn't bode well either. Holy smoke. You know what? I look at Smoke every time I look this up. This guy is slippery. You go top side, you think you've caught him, he comes all the way outside, catches you as he's trying to rotate over. And Say wins his as well. Damon falls. It just feels like they're just getting completely dismantled from different parts of Saverni. They're so separated, which gives Elevate so much space to go and play a 2-1-1. One player deals with one of the members, the rest just wins theirs. And not a single one of them is just showing up in this situation. But now Seven Sky is here, wants to join in. Wako, you're so lucky that this window of opportunity came, because you can hunker down, wait it out, and if Seven Sky does decide to collapse, hell, you can even go in as for a third party and steal away these points if some of these players get knocked down. You can even stab the backs of Seven Sky if you want to, but Seven Sky said, I don't feel very comfortable, and they just move away.
yeah, they do understand that more and more teams are moving towards this area of Saverny because they've played countless of times over the North Point. So more likely than not, it's more of like a hit and run case for most part. Elevate, as much as it was just a tiny little bit of pressure mounting onto them, they've been able to shake off a little bit of those kind of assault. And because of that third party involvement, they kind of lost track on that final member of Time Esports. So good enough for Wako, only for a slight moment. Holy smoke, still pushing right through. And like you said, he's always been so slippery and he's always going at a very rapid pace. But now here
So
comes
many
another
visitors here.
challenge.
So many visitors! Everyone just congregating here. BKE now decides to join in, say, hey! What's going on? Holy Say here with a good spray forward, but no more than that. Decides to just nope away, seeing his teammate close by. But Sorake will be a little bit more unlucky, getting knocked down by Holy Say's teammate. Cram close by as well. What are you gonna do here? The nade will be cooked just a little while. They want to make sure that if they are going to be getting this point, it better be in the clean way possible, that they don't get traded. Nade, a bit of chip damage onto, I believe, 1 second there. And Spyro as well, forced to move away just because of that nade toss. And in this situation, time's ticking, the pressure mounting just because you want to be able to bring your teammate back into the game. Spyro as well will be making that same fate. A quick shift forward, Misora K falls, and the same can be said about his teammate as well. Half your team gone in a span of a minute. BKE was not expecting this hold and this control of this compound, and they're paying a hefty price for it.
They thought this is free real estate, but they have to pay rent, and Elevate is happy to collect. I love the fact that Holy Smoke so far has been able to be spearheading into many of all these charges, and he's always been the first contact. He's been able to really convert those very quickly as well, and that leaves not much choices for the side of BKE right now. The Black Eagles forced to just hunker down for the back, and now they're slowly being gathered up by the rest of Elevate. It only takes a matter of seconds before the entire squad will go up against them. 3 versus 2 might still be doable. They finally spot him out, but it's going to be a double swing from the back.
Yeah, and it's looking really bad for BKE. Holy smoke, what the heck is that? Was able to just get 2 pumps forward and 2 knocks at the same time. Kane falls and so does 1 second. Just like 1 second's name, it only took a second for the whole team to get completely dismantled. And while all of that has happened, this circle is not the kindest. It's probably the worst circle we've seen this entire week. 1/3 of it is just straight up water, with Cerverni being at the very, very middle. This area where Elevate is holding is about to get even hotter and even more competitive. And the thing is, Elevate has gotten 7 eliminations from this one area alone, since so many teams are contesting for it. And Elevate knew exactly what was going to happen, and they were very prepared for it.
They were so prepared. I mean, they have already made their values worth just competing within these walls of the city. And anything else that they will try to overcome is just going to be supplementing them even further into the late game, or they could basically play passive for now. They've already done enough of that farming, so once they actually get into those placement points, they're going to be absolutely happy to just even crash out at 9th or even 10th, or if it's going to be top 5, even better. As for the moment, we still see that Time Esports is lurking around, knowing that this is going to be his safe haven for the time being. Maybe Elevate is going to be their high bodyguards as well, just that his team had to pay like 3 points to them in that sense, if it even makes sense. But of course, I'm just trying to make some lame jokes all around while we have a little bit of a halt between all those action, as the rest of Observation Esports, they're just keeping their eyes closely onto Hive International, and this is going to be a risky attempt from Clay Jr. to move his way directly into their territory.
Okay. OV has had some form of success in that previous map, but not in these situations where they have to go for all-in fights. They were one of the few most aggressive teams I've seen so far. Going toe-to-toe against Hive there, Ramon barely survived that encounter. But as a 4, they're very scary as well. And I think in this situation, when you're in a wide open area and you cross your peripheral, the aggression that you get from them is a lot. And for Hive, I think just now, they were a team that got knocked out fairly early with no points. I believe it was 9th place with 0 points. So this map is definitely a catch-up map for them. And you start to see them play a little bit less aggressive, really changing up the tempo on how exactly they want to achieve this particular mission.
Yeah,
they are going to be finding a different way to rotate those. Sorry, Contra, go ahead.
Oh, no worries. I was just going to also point out that MSI is also catching up to them very quickly. So if they have another bad round, very likely than not, MSI could actually do just that. So they got to ensure that safety is of utmost priority. I like the fact that they reconvene, but now that's going to be another grand migration back towards the hills of Stabber. It seems like the PUBG lords, they just love this place to bits throughout the entire course of the week.
I mean, it is a good area, also very aggressive. I was really hoping that Circle was shipped a little bit more northern side as it is, but they're a little bit more kind, I guess, giving us more a body of land to play with. Makes great opening onto MM, but will be immediately traded. Amura as well. MSI all over the map and winning their fights regardless of which team they meet. But Amura as well will be traded. He's safe, finds finds M-Hop. Doesn't feel like anyone crossing MSI line of sight will be able to get out of this unscathed. Lil Wangs looks to change this trajectory. Also aware that 214 is joining in. Sorry, Tio is also joining in here as well. The shots are good. Wins his. And no trade in sight either. But in this situation, what more can you do here? As Lilyatka will also be the next to fall. MSI in a position that they get completely chunked from multiple angles. But Lilyatka taken to the lobby. FV getting knocked down as well. And MSI, only one player left. Gonna have to change up how they decide to approach this fight.
Yeah, this is just a non-stop flow reaction coming into this ridge of the hillside. And keep in mind, there's also another team arriving over on the top end. I believe that's actually more members of MSI instead. So I could be very well wrong about having another team joining into the fray. But TEO, they're just making sure that the sectors are cleared up for them. While there is also KE from the long range all the way downtown to clip onto VKS. Unfortunate for them because they got stuck in between all these names. And just seem like MSI as well as TO have already done quite the number against them, and that allows more of that space now to be claimed from the side of KE, marching up the hillside to also inflict perhaps some damage to either MSI or TEO. Double swing with the nade, and that is going to be some hefty chunk connected towards the side of Lil Yaka. He falls back into the smoke, so that leaves one member isolated right now, and Godspeed will succumb to the pressure from the MSI members.
KE can just really hunker down here, wait for that right timing, hoping that TO would go for, I think, a more aggressive fight. GC is in front of them as well. That southern side also looking kinda juicy with the drama. I have Ovi hanging out there, passing by high. You also have Seven Sky there. So it's gonna be a three-way fight on both accounts in different parts of that southern circle. But GFS, they look good. I mean, look at this later rotation and straight toward that eastern side in, where no one is going to challenge them. Great call for that rotation, if you ask me.
Yeah, that's perfect timing as well when everybody is being kept very busy, taking each other out by the edge of the zone. They're just getting that safe passage through. If there's only going to be any challenge at all, it's going to be coming from NGGZ, who's parked inside the patrol station. But we continue on with the battle, as it is going to be the last member of MSI getting taken out. KE with the late arrival has been pretty much juiced up, especially Master D2K, finding more of all these openings. And now he's already bought those 3 points all by himself. Of course, with a little help from everybody else. Campus also sealing it together alongside with Master D2K. Now they tried to go for the wide wraparound, just like how the rest of those Goodfellas have done. But of course, Goodfellas, they went from this all the way down south through the blue zone in order to make those rotations work. The entire Stalbert Hill is for the taking, so we assume that that's going to be a safe haven for the rest of KE. GC, another bad round. I think we can already confirm it. Golden Cross might just be the second team that will not make it to the finals if this is ever going to be the case.
Really hoping they don't, though. It's the Goodfellas this time around. I spoke too soon about the Goodfellas. Shin's getting knocked down already there as they're trying to rotate into that area, since KE had rotated a little bit more up north. A bit of breathing room granted to the players of TO here, but also where the KE is close by as well. Master Ichi really hoping to find someone caught catching lacking. I think he might have spotted out one member of KE there. Takes a lot of chip damage. In fact, just trying to rotate away and rendezvous again with his teammates. Definitely spotted the members of Seven Sky as well toward the southern part. So it's just a matter of what exactly they're going to be doing with the amount of information they have. Meanwhile, for Rebello, the nade straight toward Kid is a bit too wide, and OV does not want to do anything about that at all. Just decides to just wait in the wings, hope for these fights to happen, decide to go for a third party. After all, they are the team with a bit more space and a bit more cover compared to the teams on the southern side. As for Rex, going aggressive, decides to go in for these fights, steal away a point or two. Does see dropped bodies of the TO members, getting that crucial shot onto Godspeed as well. But the shots coming in from KE on the other hand is a lot. Master D2K had waited in that angle for quite some time to abuse and lull these teams into a false sense of security, thinking they can get all of these extra points for free. What a bait.
Wow. Also a great line of sight for Observation Esports. The problematic part is that KE is watching from afar, but that grenade was golden from Kid. Finally suppressing the likes of Seven Sky. And oh boy, it is just not going to be easy task at all for the rest of Observation Esports. When I say the rest, there's only one member left. And all the bullets are now flying towards this area. That vehicle, thankfully, it's been punctured through, but still he squeezes that final bullet. And Mad Dog, oh my goodness me. 5 points together with Master D2K. These guys are racing against each other for those points.
Yeah, it was really nasty to be able to just get those, I think, crucial shots right from underneath the tiny little crevices of that vehicle as well. And KE is just getting very active this map. 12 eliminations already. They came in from that southern side. They were the team that were gate kept by 3 different teams all the way down there. Decided to move away, give them that space, take a fight toward that eastern side where they ran into the Goodfellas. Won that, go down south, take another fight against the other members, and then go back north. At this point, they're playing Farming Simulator, and they have the perfect answer on how exactly they want to be able to get these points. Seven Sky now under fire. The same could be said about HYB. 577 stood out there in the open on the high ground just to get a little bit of info where exactly the players are kind of hunkering down. Takes a lot of damage, nearly pays with his life. His teammate is close and decide to move all the way down a little bit more just for a little bit of breathing space to be able to hide the domes of their head. And now the sprays are here coming from Seven Sky. Cannot do more than that. A little bit of chip damage. Was able to go for a reset as well, but Sion not in the luckiest of positions, side by side, hoping to get picked up here, but the splash damage from the nades can be much to deal with. But I think HYB not aware that's gonna happen, and the sprays are forward, so the Goodfellas will be eliminated at 8, despite their success in the previous wrangle.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they could actually work the magic again. Meanwhile, KE is the one going absolutely unstoppable. 15 points! Are you kidding me? And they're not done just yet. They still have all 4 members. It's a bird's eye view all across the terrain. The edge play that they've been working out so far has paid off handsomely, and they're still hunting out members of 214 within their sides, and also Elevate. Oh my goodness, this has been Farm Fiesta. Elevate themselves has gotten 11 out of this round. We quickly go into the top 4, and it is so hard to tell. We got plenty of all these titans here really rallying on for every drop of point. TO though, 1 member left. What can he do? As the rest of 214 is now on the prowl.
Okay, let's see what they have in mind here with KE looking the most convincing, if you ask me. That space they have on the southern side is good, and they are hell-bent on keeping the rest of TO out of the circle. Knows where Lil Yatka is, and this guy is the guy that was saying is quite the hero. So good thing they are trying to give a bit of respect to him as well. Now the shots are there, they're very preoccupied by 214. Lil Yatka gets a pick-off onto 214, and even the point itself. Lil Yatka, he will drag his team, dragging and screaming from the depths of hell all the way to the finishing line, and even going more above and beyond. That's 1 point to the tally, and you can tell that he wants more. He just has to find that right opportunity. And KE, realizing this, drops the nade, puts a bit of damage. Lil Yatka's scared, so he's gonna try and zigzag away to safety. He's already so low, and the only thing he has is that buggy. He's not in the safest of positions, but Red decides to be opportunistic there, and even takes out a member of 214, leaving only, NGC down, which is leaving them with only 3 members, excuse me.
Oh boy, Yatka barely hanging on. They finally caught him down. As NGGZ put just about enough shred damage through the buggy as well as to his armory as well. 16 points going in favor of the side of KE. Even if they drop right now, these might just still be the ones to churn out the most points in this matchup. Gerald has the MG3 in hand. Absolutely lethal. Very much able to withstand the heat and pressure coming out of the side of KE. But Miner, he's getting tagged already. Master T, D2K, this is the best form that we've seen from him. And he does not really miss the mark on most occasion. Here comes the exchange of the grenades as Miner just moves right back in the vehicle. Absolutely dodges it. Now, going on the lower run, they are trying to trample him, but instead Miner goes for the drive-by, finds D2K.
Oh man, it just feels like nobody is given a chance to be comfortable at all here. It's a 3-way, 4-way fight as Miner is the next to get caught down here. As Davan taking full advantage of that lower angle. Miner wasn't aware that his back was completely out there in the open. The smokes will be out to give a bit of space for that reset. Decides to go in for a spray, changes his mind, leaving Mad Dog to be able to do a bit more damage with Capo. And Capo has had so many hero plays this past week. He's won 1vXs. He was the one that brought his team from the brink of death back into the game as a 3, as a 4, winning those crucial 1v1s and 1vXs. But he decides to be a bit more patient. After all, he is the last person on this team. An extra point or two in terms of elimination would bolster him forward. We've even seen single player moments where they're able to win 1v3s to bring the team all the way to a chicken dinner. And KE going a bit more aggressive, decides to deal with NGGZ swiftly. Red getting knocked down here. His teammate nowhere in sight, but Capo is the one under fire. As Capo will be taking away that point from Red. Mad Dog, stolen points, stolen valor, if you may. And now we're on a 1v1v1. Capo has made it all the way till the end, all on his lonesome.
And this is such a technical battle as we see them on the slopes. Miner as well as Devon, as much as they are on the elevated side, Capo might just be able to just go in for a swing now that he is just closing the gap and distance using that Mirado. Hiding right behind the trees. Both of the other individuals might just actually lose track of where he's currently at. Boosters, very, very important in those 1v1s. And you can see right now, Capo right now is the top one guy in the lobby with an average of 8-pointer runs. Meanwhile, Devon, they've done so well together alongside with the rest of KE. All hopes now lying on his shoulders to bring one more back to finally get to celebrate. Meanwhile, NGGZ, as much as we see some signs of struggle earlier today, they've been able to always show up with big results, and usually in top 3 situations, they do not fail. So it's really down to every intel that they do get in this final few moments. They can afford to wait. This is only stage 7. And my Tash, out of many of all these instances when we see solo missions coming down to only 3 players or maybe even 2, it's usually stage 9. And we are so ahead of schedule right now.
Yeah, everyone really wants a piece of a pie. Everyone came in today with different motivations. After all, it is already the final day in the league. You don't necessarily know where exactly you are on that ladder either after each game, so you have to bring your best. And in this situation here, the lack of information is just a question mark for many of these teams. With 214 having the worst end of the stick, if you ask me, lower end of that terrain, but we've seen Capo make damage. Dafan a little bit more, I think, in a better position. Has a little bit of coverage with the rocks as well. Also the ability to just kind of like look down toward Capo. As Miner, I think, a little bit more further inside the zone. A little bit more, I would say, aggressive with how he plays. It could be anyone's game, but I would say that is looking rough for Capo. But Davan is the one to show his hand first, making a lot of noise with the vehicle. Definitely a little bit more antsy. Not the type to wait around. Decides to make an opportunity for himself. But Miner, knowing this, decides to play behind the tree, one with nature. Did think about throwing out that nade, but sprays the vehicle instead. None of his shots are going to show dividends. And Davan shoots back, puts in the damage. The nade is cooked, and he's impatient. Decides to just pre-fire the angle. And Miner took too long to react, which gives a little bit more value for Davan. And now we're on a 1v1 here. With Capo not in the best of positions, a low ground, but he did have access to that drop. So what are you going to be doing? This is looking a little bit better in terms of supplies. 5 throwables to work with. One of them going a bit too wide.
A nail-biting moment here. Plenty of mind games between the tree, and now down to 2. And Capo, he's clutched that 1v1 back in Muhalpan Castle. He was the king of the castle. Can he also be the king of the hill? Or could it be Devon? Massive strides shown from both ends. Devon holding back ever so slightly. No intel, but it does not matter. Capo still gets the job done. And it is always him that brings the glory home for 2-1-4.
Just now, that map was just so stacked against them. Capo on the lower ground, Capo at the very edge of that zone. No space at all. But this guy had been so patient. And I have to say, it's honestly Davan's, I would say, impatience that really kind of set the tone on how that circle was going to be. Decides to get a bit more antsy, decides to go forward for those 1v1s. Wins to Miner, but not in the best of positions. And Capo had been a little bit more well prepared thanks to the axes. He had 2 that drop as well. So for him, it was all about just finding that right opportunity to be able to just really kind of like, I think, find that window to be able to spray forward. He's a very, very aggressive player. There's so many times that you think that he's not going to be further forward in your face, and he does. 9 eliminations just by him alone. He survived towards the last few circles all by himself. And now let's have a look at how 214 did this, because honestly, that was insane.
It's 2 chicken dinners, 1 dream, and 4 incredible individuals of 214 to bring it all the way to the end yet again. Their second chicken dinner of this evening as they won out back in Rondo and now celebrates once more. But KE, their tenacity, their resilience, and their geniuses of basically taking opportunities from the outskirts, whipping all the way in to rack up 18 elimination points. Dare say this has been their best ever play throughout the entire course of the league.
Yeah, looking really good right now. Honestly, I think these double-digit eliminations are going to stay till the end of the day. We're not seeing those top 3, top 4 teams having like 3 eliminations, 4 eliminations anymore. We start to see people get a little bit more active. After all, it's the last day to be able to rack up points to make it to that grand finals day next week. You're in a position, if you can go a little bit further, you should. And I think that many of these teams are in that mindset, especially as you know that I think the bar has been set pretty high, especially by Young Galacticos. The least you could do is try to make it a little bit more challenging. Now Capo once again will be the player with the highest eliminations. I believe he got 9 eliminations previously as well. So this guy is just so good at just really bringing in the majority of eliminations for his team. Not sure how he goes about it though. It's very, very aggressive. Majority of the camera time that he got from us has been, I think, these 1vx situations where he's the last person standing, right? So in this situation, I think that it just shows that how much versatility he has when it comes to playing with his team as an individual as well as a team player here. But because of how aggressive KE was that match as well, they will be tying up the score with 214 at 24, chicken dinner or not.
Yeah, it's another high average matchup once again. We take a look at the bulk of all these eliminations alone. There's just so many points now distributed towards the top 5. Meanwhile, the rest were just basically going in for trades. 214 with their third chicken dinner now inching closer and closer to MSI. Only 8 points right now separating them. And I would say with even Hive not really performing to the best of capabilities, there's many chances where these two mentioned teams can overtake Hive International as well.
You know what's really interesting as well? The fact of the matter is, I think that teams that KE didn't play yesterday, so it's such a fresh look seeing them play like this. I believe earlier in the week, no one really paid attention to them. We saw moments of brilliance, but we didn't really like kind of really spotlight them at all because it just didn't feel like they were there quite yet, right? But now, this is a team that looks really, really different. I'm wondering what exactly they learned on their day off as well. The same could be said about Hive coming into today because they looked a little bit more put together, despite it still being a little bit quiet. They're showing a little bit versatility, a little bit more dynamic in how they want to adapt to these games.
Yeah, overall, there's just so many of all these amazing adaptation, and we're all in for it. But there's still 3 more maps to go, and we're already reaching close to dinner time, so I guess we allow everyone to grab their dinner and of course enjoy the rest of the show after about 20 minutes or so. So we'll be right back, so make sure you'll be back here to join us here in the PMCL.
小僧、もっと近くへ来い。
未来神の術、未来神2の段。
螺旋岩影分身の術。
加藤豪華球の術。
それが俺の人道だ。
雷鳴と共に散れ。
しっかり見ててください。
俺は畑かかしって名前だ。
千鳥。
それが俺の人道だ。
雷鳴と共に散れ。
しっかり見ててください。
俺は畑かかしって名前だ。
小僧もっと近くへ来い。
未来神の術、未来神2の段。
螺旋丸影分身の術。
カトン豪華球の術。千鳥。
それが俺の人道だ。
雷鳴と共に散れ。
しっかり見ててください。
俺は畑かかしって名前だ。
豪華級の術
螺旋丸螺旋丸これでどうだ
カトン豪華級の術ロトンダ合流敵
影分身の術
カトン豪華級の術ロトン合流敵
多重影分身の術
飛来神の術シラリ
螺旋丸
カトン豪華級の術
螺旋丸螺旋丸これでどうだ
カトン豪華級の術ロトンダ合流敵
影分身の術
カトン豪華級の術ロトン合流敵
多重影分身の術
飛来神の術シラリ
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen. You can see my hair is all messed up because this has been so intense on how the final day of the league stage has been for the top teams out here clawing their way out to book that spot for the grand finals. Tash, I don't know who's going to make it through, but I'm sure that by the end of it, we'll be proud of whoever makes the cut.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see a pattern on who makes it and who doesn't at this situation, but it doesn't really matter because all these teams are here to play. We're seeing step-ups from teams such as the Goodfellas. 214 managed to get 2 chickens already tonight with whopping amount of numbers. And speaking of whopping amount of numbers, KE as well, racking up a huge number of eliminations. And we're seeing more than 2 to 3 teams going in for those double-digit eliminations in the lobby, which means it's a very, very aggressive lobby. Not as aggressive as you think it's gonna be. It's not as chaotic. It's very, very orderly. It's almost different the beginning of the week as well as now. Regardless, let's go into a little bit of, I think, stuff that's happening in the game right now because collaborations always happen in PUBG Mobile, and one of them is with the brand new movie from Spider-Man, which is Brand New Days. If you haven't caught it, do watch it as well. And there's also collaboration with it in the game itself. It looks really dope.
It definitely is. And of course, if you guys love high-octane action as well as speed overall, we have finally got this collaboration with Ferrari so you could start collecting the Scarlet Raid classics. So making sure that you guys are definitely in tune. Make sure you update your game and then get your hands on the upcoming collab vehicles coming in from Ferrari Official. And of course, that being said, this is not the only thing that we offer you. We also do have this brand new game mode as we collab with Naruto Shippuden, where you can see from the trailers, it looks so epic as you basically have some battles with Kurama. You could also basically play as your favorite characters using Rasengan and so many more ninjutsu moves in the game.
Yeah, it's always really fun when you're able to play these sort of games as well. I think I think if you noticed in the pre-show, production has been putting up some tips and tricks on how you're able to really abuse the abilities that Naruto has and the rest of the collaboration has in the game, excuse me. But now things get a little bit mysterious. There we go. One of them is from Time. Hold Rasengan or Chidori for you to run and deal damage while clicking it once may trigger a dash and immediate damage. So that's one of them. So if you guys do stay around for the pre-show, you guys get some insane tips and tricks from the pro players themselves. Now let's talk a little bit about the next one, because we are going to go into the final Erangel of the night. And I always say this, it gets more intense in this map because it's going to be the final one for the league stage itself. It's a map where everyone's a little bit more comfortable in, and I feel like today, despite me putting up, I think my predictions here, I feel like it's anyone's game regardless.
Yeah, today I had a tough time making these votes, and I'm glad that, you know, some of it, at least more than half of it has rung true for me. And I was almost including 2 and 4. I kind of did regret that I kind of switched it up a little bit, because I calculated 2 and 4 was very likely to make the cut because of how they have been able to do throughout this course of the week. But my, I think like the ones that you also pointed out, Time, Vix, they are definitely in a very sticky situation, which I think they might actually find just about enough points. And GGZ, I think they're absolutely clear because they had the best week coming from week 1, but this week, ooh, everybody's really stepping up. So kind of hard to tell, you know, who's going to be within the top 5, or so more importantly, who is going to be getting right at that 16 spot. And I believe it will be a very, very slim margin as well. So we're only about a couple seconds away to move into the last map of the Wrangle.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things going on here, Wrangle, as well, especially since today both maps had northern side circles. We have seen some shifts in drop spots as well, which is always refreshing, and I think a lot of teams are starting to really find their grooves. Map 1 of Erangel was all about trying to figure out what exactly this drop spots are going to be and the rotations. Map 2 is trying to execute what they had wrong on map 1, and map 3 perhaps is the map where people or the teams actually, I don't know, figure it out. That's also a question that I have, and also a question to see who exactly gets this final Erangel chicken dinner in the league stage.
This is going to be the last time that they're going to be able to enjoy the kind of comfort that Erangel brings, as this has always been the map that is being favored by the likes of many, even pro players themselves. And of course, later on, it's going to be the harsh terrains where it's going to be endless toils which they have faced throughout the course of the past 2 weeks. It all comes down to a conclusion by the end of the night. And of course, they want to finish off strong, and they don't want any form of regrets at all. So they better make haste into how well they can basically accumulate every drop of points still left on the table. But I'm glad we're seeing big double-digit runs coming from the vast majority. And now 2-1-4, they have been the biggest victors, 2 chicken dinners under their names.
I am really curious to see how it's going to pan out here. I think, let's see, any changes in drop spots? OV is still, I think, headed toward SMB. Yeah, I mean, Goodfellas changed though. They dropped a little bit more north side instead of dropping toward Novo this time around. I'm wondering why the shift. I'm wondering if it's because they want to hot drop someone, if they want to take this fight. It's also a very centralized circle as well. So if anything, we would see, oh man, we talked about how aggressive some of these maps would be. Now there's a centralized circle and not a lot of teams are going to be forced to these rotates. We might be seeing a very, very quiet early round.
Yeah, it might actually be the case, but maybe for those in God Club, there is going to be a little bit of a scramble when they do try to rotate into the zone. At least for phase 1, it's going to be absolutely safe. And I like the fact that you pointed out Goodfellas' adaptation, because right now they're on that split. One member inside prison, the rest are in Milta Power Grounds, which means that they also get that better access than to go through the hard way wraparound from the south side of the island. Getting kept definitely is no fun, especially with a zone like this. We've seen circles like this do have a tendency to close into Milta, but options are still plenty. They could basically pick between shelter or even the farm area terrains for them to work their magic. Whereas Observation Esports, they stick to their usual playstyle to begin around the islands itself. So now they get to basically have all the spoils necessary and the tools to amp themselves into the late game if they can just have a safer passage.
Truly, I think it's always interesting when you see what's going on around the map right now as well. I mean, after all, they had like a 20-minute break, right? So you're starting to think, okay, what did they talk about in that time? They're talking about like changing up the pace. Are they talking about playing their own game? And what about teams that don't have that possibility or barely have that possibility to go to that grand finals? What's the mentality like? What's the morale like? Because to me in particular, I think you talked a little bit about 2-1-4, how you said they look very comfortable already making the cut, but it feels like they just playing a different kind of game. I feel like for some of these teams that are already there, not only are they trying to vie for that higher cut of the prize pool, but also playing your best in these kind of lobbies toward the end as well, even though you're pretty much confirmed, gives you a little bit more of those reps, gives you some time to kind of like play around with different strats to see what works and what doesn't. Just prepare yourselves for that grand final. I like this adaptations from some of these teams as well, which kind of like just shows us they do have a little bit more in the book compared to like their usual style play of a slower pace, a later rotation, or aggressive from beginning to end. I'm starting to see a little bit more execution, a little bit more. I think the mid-round calls have been better for many of these teams as
Mm-hmm.
well. OV is one of these teams that showed it. I believe Time as well looked a little bit better. Goodfellas, Elevate as well. Even KE looks a little bit more put together in terms of how they play, rotate, and hold.
Yeah, overall, it's a very big step up from majority of the teams that are playing for this evening. Sad to say there was not much of a showing coming from GC as well as Hype. They crashed out rather early. And if it tends to be the case for this map, it's again, then I believe that this week they will receive 0 points. GC, they didn't receive any points at all. So very likely or not, GC mathematically, it is almost impossible unless you're telling me that they can score 3 chicken dinners in a row. As for MSI, plenty to play for. Like you said, those incentives definitely will give them more of that motivation. And back towards the initial conversation when we were back in round one, when you mentioned, is it better to have the breaks by the end of the week where you don't play the final day, or you play the final day and have a break in between? I think like playing in this lobby itself is actually detrimental. I mean, very, very important, especially when you're getting yourselves ready for the grand finals. Maybe for those who are vying for those spots, it does get very tense. But imagine if you put YG onto this kind of lobby today, I would even dare say they will have their own struggles too.
Yeah, but the thing is, yeah, YG had already set up their, I think, their pace yesterday. They knew it was gonna be the last day, right?
Mhm.
And they, I don't know what it is about them, but they're always this last minute team that can just really farm up toward the last day. They leave everyone in shock, and you're like, "Well, I've done my job," and then
Yeah.
disappears like that guy from like Sailor Moon, and then
Wow.
and then just like waits in the wings and just says, "We've done a lot of given ourselves a lot of space. Let's see how you're gonna challenge us for this." Now, okay, it's been so long. Holy crap! Until like I think the majority of this first stage, where we do finally hear the first sound of the guns coming out from Hive as well as Tio. But no one really fully wants to commit. Everyone probably just saying we really want to do well in this final Erangel map here. Tio also showed us a little bit of, I would say, some magic just now. Didn't really get the deepest runs that they wanted. But we saw Liliatka hero moments. I'm very happy to see that happening as well. Was able to get, I think, 1 or 2 pickoffs before getting knocked out at 5, which is honestly a feat in itself. Godspeed almost paid with his life just to be able to get some info.
Yeah, too much of a risky maneuver to be driving around this entire stretch where Time Esports have gotten pretty much a good holding over onto the course of the hills. And I guess sometimes some peace is really good. That also means that when they do a lot of preparation, it makes up for a bigger end game as well, where we saw plenty of all these fights taking place simultaneously. Whereas for Time Esports, some of the moments have passed for them to really fully capitalize on those members of Teo. While GC running past, thankfully they did not stop over onto the corners of those compounds because it's absolutely occupied by Elevate Holy. So last game, they just went fighting tooth and nail from the start till it's the very tail end. And somehow they've been able to bag plenty of points by just winning out 2 trades inside of 70 with separate teams challenging them, and they did not falter even with all those pressure surmounting onto them. Now, phase one's about to close up in about 30 seconds, so we might start to see a little bit of action appearing across these Gatka field site. Crazying though, I think we started pretty well on the earliest span of the week, but I think once you have a lot of bad runs, your morale goes down, you start losing a little bit of that identity of what makes Golden Cross tick. And I just felt like, yeah, at this point in time, they just need to do whatever they could still do, as much as the chances are still very slim for them. Here comes a little bit of that update, and this time around, it's going to be absolutely fair for all, because it's going directly into the center of the map.
Yeah, all the vehicles were flying just now as in the beginning of this skirmish. Now, we did see Crazy getting knocked down quickly. Even Renix Toba was not expecting to just see Davan X open the door. I'm not sure what happened there because they had a nice cross set up for Davan. But Davan opens the door, gets one, swings out, and gets his teammate as well. I don't know how long KE had been kind of moving around to really suss out all the positions and hold for this team, but it's hella thorough. GC wasn't even allowed time to reposition and think about the game plan. That's how quick KE is moving around and winning these fights. And it's a great start for them to just really push themselves a little bit more forward. You start off this map really good. You almost obliterate an entire team. And GC right now looks like they're in a position, a very precarious position. In fact, you're running out of maps to play. You're running out of time. And I don't know what else they can do here. It's possibly so demotivating to not be able to find the answer. You scratch your heads over and over, trying to find out what exactly might work. Your executions there, your hero plays are there. Individually, you are there as well, but you just don't have that execution and answer. And a shot comes in. There we go. That's KE to find one last one. So GC's down and out of the game, and that gives KE 4 points.
Just loving how they're looking for today. I mean, overall, they're on the hunt, and they strike without warning. Well, I guess some people can get my references. Well, 4 points already, just like how in the previous stance they were just basically getting themselves above 14 over points of elims by just challenging any teams that's going to be around the block. And all these corner swings that they've been taking have always been successful. GC doesn't seem prepared at all. But it does get a little bit tougher because this battle around the top side of the potato hill, as well as the farm area, is going to see plenty of all the space up the hill to be the focal point of teams. 214 is one of the earliest here to book out the spot, but does that actually give them any form of the edge to really try to hold out? Because this is one place that has always been visited by the likes of many, whether it's teams driving past or so. It's not the easiest task to really hold on. So a little bit of a double-edged sword for the side of 214 to just plan themselves here in stage 2, where they're already meeting a little bit of a challenge coming in for the side of Observation Esports. Despite them not opening fire yet, they are definitely plotting something up, while the circle does shift a little bit further into the school side end of Potato Hill, and that gives an edge towards Hive International, VIX, as well as Time Esports.
Interestingly enough, this round, despite the very slow start, is looking like it's really upping the ante in terms of speed. The mad dash of rotations is not something I've seen since day 1 this week. A lot of teams really just no longer taking their time and really wanting to go toward a more decisive hold in terms of space and in terms of rotations. Now coming through here is Observant Esports. Kid with a nice spray onto the members of KE, but KE doesn't seem deterred at all. They want nothing to do with this, prioritizing getting closer to that circle. Unfortunately for them, since OB is there, they are forced to move away toward farm area. They can go for a bigger rotation. They can go toward the western side, excuse me, and go through Pochinki if they want to, since that area is very, I think, out there in the open. But I am in shock to see that despite all of this noise and the lack of space, we barely had any teams that's been knocked out quite yet.
Yeah, other than the ones that we saw coming from KE, it's mainly just trying to tickle some of the teams and maybe do slight wear and tears, but no further commitment other than that. They do know that if they commit any sort of flaws, it is going to be very costly. And BKE, they stopped by trying to pop some of the members of NGGZ. MM is going to be the main party target. Oh, thankfully that nade just sent a little wider. This target is the Sia. Another bounce, thankfully, does not take MM off his seat. He will try to regroup with his teammates inside of the shacks. And just about enough cover to also try to defend that Sia miner now. Giving a little bit of cover towards the rest of NGGZ while the rest of the members of BKE was thinking about retaliation, but they are also trying to hold back the rest of VKS, who's up north.
Some pressure just to keep the teams at bay here. Not gonna be the easiest as Amura does get taken out here. Tio looking a little bit more aggressive and a little bit more dangerous this time around since they weren't necessarily able to secure some of their fights. The nade comes out here, doing the darnest to keep the rest of VKS out of the zone. Zilwangs still hasn't been picked up quite yet. As for VKS here, they're just gonna continue this fight in the blue. Shifunoti hasn't been spotted out. If his timing is right, could go for the perfect backstab. Can start to see NGGZ kind of slowly coming closer as well to join in on this fight. Many teams starting and just hoping to be the third party to be able to steal away these points. But Shifunoti, hearing the roars of the engines of the vehicles rotating away means that they get a bit more space and a prolonged time in this lobby. The circle, once again, a shift to the north side. Look at Vix, so much space in school, so much space in the surrounding terrain. But eventually, the teams are going to rotate over, so they're going to have to think about how they want to approach from there.
Oh boy, there's just a lack of pounds for them to work with. So everybody has to get educated, getting back to school if they really want to fight for those kind of covers. And even any form of check will do for the time being. BKE, how many can they hold off? I mean, they're already sending players out there. Maybe one sec being forced to fend off by himself, but he does have those vehicles to quickly regroup with the team. One member of Sato C7 Sky have already been knocked down. I think that at this point in the raid, with the zone also closing very quickly, they're not going to make a big U-turn just to try to salvage some of all these lost causes, as everyone really got to make a booking into the corners of school right now. You can see already, even Goodfellas are struggling over onto the course of the blue zone. One member's coming to it while Seven Sky getting sprayed down. This time around, shockingly enough, 214 got depleted.
Probably ran out of stamina there, but you absolutely saw just now that they were getting torn apart from different teams during their rotations. Now, in this situation, not a lot you can do here since the majority of teams are already inside of the zone. I'm very curious what's going to happen inside of the school as well. Goodfellas trying their best to survive. VKS knocked out already, and Seven Sky, even with barely enough players, not barely, no, definitely not enough players. Last person standing in this team is just not afraid to show his hand. I'm more worried about this shack though, because we've seen in the previous round what these grenades can do to such a small amount of space. It gives you a very, very contained area for those explosions. Now Hashi and the rest of time trying their best to steal away this place from OV, but OV somehow very angry, taking their time to just really dismantle this team. One player left, barely passed by each other, decides to move together in team to make sure that Dale is not given that space for this isolated 1v1s. But at the very least, Hash is there to still put in that damage to OV. And time is eliminated. And as for OV, well, they're looking good with 8 eliminations, able to go for a reset as a 3. But HYB wants to stop that from happening. So I think in this situation, OV is not going to survive any longer. But still, 8 points is nothing bad at all.
Yeah, I mean, that's a solid work coming out of those members of Observation Esports. But that retake proves to be a little bit too lethal for them to handle. They barely even get that reset done. Hybrid, they just arrive in the nick of time. and just go on to shut out the rest of the weakened members of Observation Esports. I was expecting more and more of these teams to be crashing into the apartments, but I think they definitely have their second thoughts, knowing for the fact that this will be a very popular area. And the problem about parking into these apartments of school is going to be tough for you to leave if that late game does not favor you. Now, speaking of which, it really doesn't, because now they're just by the rim of it. Good fellas suddenly find themselves having one member planted directly in the center. He doesn't really need that attention because he has already had his teammates taken out. Vix, they have a very interesting angle where they have one member planted directly in school, two up the hillside of Potato, and one inside of the apartment. So this is a little bit of a greedy play, but it may still work out depending on how well they just reconvene.
All right, let's see how this goes as well. Since it is such a very dangerous angle, if you ask me, your 2-1-1 formation in a position where the other two members might not necessarily be in the best positions to get help from your teammates. But there's a lot of trust given to your teammates to be able to do that, which means there's a lot of ideas and faith about how good they are individually as a team. Now, Mad Dog sends a bit of chip damage forward, but right as the smoke blooms, Hive did manage to catch a glimpse and sprays one back, effectively taking away that space. Some chip damage also sent out by Master D2K here. It's an interesting position because many of these players outside of the zone, are on higher terrains. They don't really want to push out forward since it's a wide open angle with lower slopes. You don't really want to be able to walk down that as well, especially if you're later, because these off angles can be completely abused. Holy Mango somewhere in the wings does find one as well. As for KE, they're still putting in that pressure toward the members of Hive. I think Hive today, it just feels like a team that had a target on their back. Nothing they're doing is working. They're going for a slower rotation. They still, unfortunately, get caught out here. They're in a position where, like it or not, they're going to have to go toward that late game with only 3 members and below. And in most situations today, they are one of the earlier teams to get knocked down.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they have any form of footing at all. They try to play it as safely as possible. Usually, if they do end up in the late game, they usually will do more. But the problem is they didn't even have certain good occasions that they have reached the ultra late game. Other than maybe one of the maps, but it is barely enough. Problematic one for the side of Hive International, stuck in between two teams. Someone's really got to take care of what's happening around the corner as they drop nades towards the members of Kill Enemy. Devon now needing to give a helping hand as his teammate is just bleeding dry. This is going to be a tough one to save out, but Ranger's getting knocked, so this opens up the doorways. Genji now getting a couple over on the feet, while Pretzel tries to reaggress to hold the rest of KE back. But where else can they go even if they hop on those wheels? So they just really got to muscle their way through. This is a toll that we talked about, and they barely have time. 15 seconds left on the clock before it even shrinks deeper in the zone.
No space, no terrain, nothing. But could wait for the right opportunity there, as Ramon does get one from KE. I think it's Campus that gets knocked down here, but I'm not seeing a collapse either. They're just really taking their time, possibly wary of the position of the players of HYB. Now this off angle completely abused by you, which means that Mad Dog also will be suffering that same fate. KE, 2 members knocked down already. They don't look like they're in the best of positions, and still no movement yet from Hive. Hive just really taking a more passive approach to this and waits out these 2 teams to fight before going in at the last possible second. His teammate Bai already knocked down here, and here finally comes Hive that wants to join on the fight, but that nade from Genji is just so good, since Ramon will be the one to get knocked down here. Needs to get picked up. Pretzel looking to do that, as you sends in more throwables, puts in that damage, pressuring the teams on the southern side. You see BKE also rotating here as well. It is a fiesta.
It is an absolute party, like you said it. KE, Hive, BKE, and Hive stuck in the middle of nowhere. They're only left with one member that's still hanging on. Those nades now tossed right outskirts, trying to catch BKE off guard. They can't afford to wait. They don't really have to force their way through the doorways. And Hive, look ever ready. This is only going to be a pit stop, but it is a pit stop of doom for all four of the names mentioned below. BKE now. 2 more frag grenades in the hands of Knack Knack. Not finding it, checking onto those corners. A full stack awaits them if they actually move up ahead.
Here we go.
So there is
Oh,
that
is
opening.
a perfect nade. That is a perfect nade. So opportunistic. But Range also wants that same thing. Now the space has been taken away. Oh my gosh, Range. Somehow managing to turn it around. Pretzel is close by as well. Pretzel has done magic and Pretzel is opportunistic. But a situation where he's all alone, I'm not sure what more he can do here. Takes a bit of space, gets the info, moves away. Ramon and his teammate barely alive right now. Needs a bit of space to be able to go for the reset here. But at the same time, throws out that nade, steals away an extra point. And you falls. Pretzel will secure that final point. But Kane will just pop his head up, get those praise, takes him down. Pretzel will follow suit. And Range, what are you gonna do here? Rambo needs to be saved. Nice losses take this fight to the face. And does not realize that BKE holding this terrain as a 3. 2 eliminations is all they get. Hive starting to lose a lot of steam. Not moving for quite some time as well as KE continue their aggression.
There we go, another rampaging round, but it is BKE actually retaliating so well. They're the ones benefiting from this 4-way fatality. And they go unstoppable. Back towards some of the members of Hive, I was just confused. Why were they basically pushing alone one after another? And for the rest of KE, they thought they've got this one numbered up because they're waiting for those reloads. They're thinking about the enemies needing a reset, but BKE, they show up. And out of all that kerfuffle, it does seem like they've been able to benefit because it's only one loss that they suffered, and they gain 9 times the amount, much more. So it's going to be a lifeline hope for the side of BKE. Qualifying into the grand finals. 9th position right at this moment. Only 1 point ahead of Elevate Hope.
A lot of teams just really taking their time here. Looking at the southern side, we have like 3 teams here on there. The Goodfellas right smack tab in the middle of the circle as well. No one fully wants to commit to this. As MM forced to move away, dancing from the bullets sent out by Cram. Seven Sky finally as well on that northern side. I think he had access to that drop. So I'm pretty sure he's probably stocked up as well. So I'm wondering what exactly can he do with the loot that he has. Staying very, very quiet. Especially MM. Not a lot of space as well. The blue will eventually push in this wide open angles there. I saw someone shooting at him. There we go. Finally gets taken down. That's Kane that gets him. And GZ still very quiet. 2 eliminations only. We're now on to 5 teams left. And no one is particularly healthy.
Yeah, Kane is just really showing what he's got. 7 points to his name. Absolutely carrying the Black Eagles at this point in time. Desperate measures for the side of Elevate as they are forced to drive out in the open. And you can see how vulnerable Holy Smoke is. Cram on the bottom also needing to pop a couple of smoke grenades as well. Up in the middle of smoke, some as a decoy, some to cover himself. Well, Kane once again showing up huge. That's already 8, looking for point number 9 up against Holy Smoke. Elevate, despite this segregated approach, they work so well tag teaming, and there is just not much that Seven Sky can respond with as well. Just hoping to buy time by the shack. More nades now occurring across the map with Spyro popping that smoke gun. And Elevate finds themselves just at the rim. The thing about this is that BKE, they're still looking like the strongest party of the block. And this is stage 8 with 3 teams remaining.
Some damage sent out here by Holy Smoke to the members of BKE. They're so comfortable. They have a terrain. They have 3 players alive as well. But Elevate, a team So looked a little bit more put together throughout the entirety of this week. They have a nice hold from the bottom side of the terrain. They're going a 1-1 instead of going to play together as a team. I'm not sure if they're aware that Seven Sky High CK is hanging out in this shack, because if say BKE does push up and we do have a 2v3 fight, it will bode very well for for Elevate, since he does have the advantage of surprise. Now more smoke set up here just to allow a bit more space for Elevate to just go for that rotation. And it does, since the tree line as well as the smoke hides and masks the position of the Elevate players. And BKE taking a more passive approach as well. Now, Seven Sky finally does show his hand, shoots out his gun. We saw a bit of pressure coming in from BKE toward both of these teams. BKE, despite having that zone control and circle control, they not necessarily are the team that wants to take in these fights as well. Being very wary, also giving a lot of respect to the players of Elevate and Seven Sky. Now, Seven Sky finally dealt with. It's going to be Smoke that picks up that final point here. A little bit extra, putting them at a 6.
Now, pressure boiling towards its highest level. BKE knows that there's only one way to look, and they're just gonna funnel everything they've got up against Elevate. Now just running out of time, running out of space, and it's a double with that big bang! What a finishing blow coming out of the Black Eagles. Have they been waiting for this moment for the longest time, and they finally get to celebrate.
BKE played this very well as well. Coming in from southern side there, knowing what exactly gives you advantage. The high ground, the terrain. But very, very passive though. It's very different than the early week BKE that we know that like to take those early fights. Their objective is just so, I would say, obvious this particular game. It's a priority for rotations, priority for positions over those fights as well. With them putting in the damage. Usually we see heroic plays coming from 1sec and Spyro, but this time Kane is the big heavy hitter for this team. 8 eliminations in total, with not doing a most interesting thing, which is being that first contact and allowing Kane that spacing, moving it around the area, having these off angles and having these windows of opportunity to strike as well. Good stuff coming from this team, and I am excited to see what more they have to offer. And the thing is about them as well, it's better late than never, because I think in the beginning of the week, I would have ranked this team higher than the likes of say 2-4 and even KE. But now they went a bit more quiet, and now finally they're back here in this particular game. They're here to play. Let's have a look at the highlights.
Black Eagle Esports finally celebrates their first chicken dinner here in week 2. And it came at the time that they needed it the most, with a big chunk, 24 total points being gained, and probably the highest damage that they've been able to acquire throughout the course of some of the battles that they've had throughout the week itself. Elevate have always been able to maintain. Meanwhile, Observation Esports, they went out early, but they at least took 2 teams with them at the mid game. So I would say all that Ovi has got to do is just improve on those placement points. They'll be good to go. Seven Sky also has a top 4 finish, so that's good news. So Black Eagles, Kane showed up huge with 1,000 over damage being done.
It's crazy looking at Kane here. 8 eliminations, over 1,000 damage, and most importantly, matched the total eliminations that Elevate was able to get. That is insane work, if you ask me. And that is why I think that this team is just showing us really that if you have the advantages and you're able to manage it well, it will translate into how exactly the trajectory of the game goes and how exactly it will be, you'll be getting these frags as well. A whopping 24 points, one of their best game, if not their best game this entire week. Really, I think should also bolster them a little bit more forward up into the ladder as well. But Elevate also are no slouches at 12, OV onto 8. This is one of the, I would say, the outlier maps throughout today as well, because just now I think between number 1 to number 5 we saw double-digit eliminations, but not this particular map at all. And it's really strange, right? Especially since it is a more centralized circle. I would have thought that it's going to be a little bit more, I would say, even across all of these teams to allow more of these fights to happen. But I guess circle shifts is the perfect recipe for more fights and elimination for many of these teams.
Yeah, you can see the climb is just incredible, Tash. Like earlier today, we see most of these margins to be super close from 9th all the way down to 15. Everyone has stepped up towards the point that now it's a close margin between the top 5 all the way down towards, I would dare say, maybe even 11, because TEO is also in that conversation. Maybe we can also include Vix, but we'll see how well will they fare in Miramar later on. And keep in mind, the tiebreakers are also going to involve chicken dinner numbers out there. So whatever that we've seen coming out of BKE is absolutely solid. This is just the best moment for them to really reap the rewards. But Miramar, this is a different ball game that we must witness. This is going to be that momentum breaker, because more likely than not, this is going to be the pace shifting towards a more controlled style of play. So we'll take a little bit of break, and when we come back, we'll bring you the final 2 maps of the league stage. And this is it, the penultimate round, as we only have 2 back-to-back Miramars to go to find out who qualifies to the grand finals of the PUBG Mobile Challengers League. And we've already seen some notable names appearing already on the chicken dinners list, and there's only 2 more drumsticks left on the table.
I mean, it's definitely not gonna be easy for many of these teams as well. The dramatic shift in rotations and style of play between these 2 maps is a lot, and they had a bit of time between now and that previous map to kind of really put their mind into the right mindset. BKE last map showed us what they're able to do, a last-minute push to the finish line for them, excuse me. But for the rest of the team, what will be their story? Let's have a look at the first Miramar of the night.
I think we've been wild all day, and this time around, we're starting it all the way from the corners of the eastern side of Impala to be moving up north into La Corberia. Slightly skewered, where it does not really give firm access to Chumacera, La Triela, or even Montenuevo. But hey, it shouldn't be too much of a hassle to take a little bit of a drive if they were to basically parachute early. I'm still hoping to actually see some interesting zones to be played out, but of course, at the tempo that teams are playing back in Wrangle, I think that things definitely will be different inside of Miramar as well, but in a little bit of a faster pace, we all do hope. It's just so beautiful when you see those players right on Kurama to get into the map.
Alright, let's see what exactly is happening here. I don't think we've seen this flight path yet throughout this week as well. So it is going to be a little bit more tricky compared to the rest of the stuff that's happening. In this situation as well, right? Like, I'm wondering, okay, what exactly is the drop spot's going to go? How are the fights going to be happening as well? So, yeah, I think I'm really hoping for some early fights. I'm sorry, I like really aggressive maps. It's just how I am as a person.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think like most often than not, we do see those fights happen in the Hacienda. And I believe there's already some casualties. GC, they're getting pinned down. That this is Time Esports just praying and hoping that they will get all 4 members of GC.
Alright, so let's see how it's gonna go here. As Time does put in a bit of damage toward GC. Wako falls, Dale good for 1. So it is still a trade in effectiveness. Crazy Ying once again, an unlucky position. Barely, okay, never mind. Doss gets him quickly. Aware of the footsteps above him, being very cautious not to show his hand. But still, Crazy Ying is just really, I think, surrounded from all different angles. Renix Tova as well. And in this situation, there's not a lot you can do to pull your team out of the grave. But Swam's still gonna try, though.
Try as he may, he's being absolutely outgunned, outnumbered, and outlasted. Only 1 point at least they managed to get something in return, and there are just a couple more to chase up against Hype. If it actually mattered, maybe just a little bit of a extra prize pool. I'm not too sure, but sad to say, GC, they have no stakes involved anymore, so they could be here for the vibes. Well, the vibes may not be too great in their current boot camp or so, whereas Lord not starting off good, getting picked off from the side of Elevate, and this is just by the corners of Ruins. Out of all places, and with a Winchester? Are you kidding me, Say? Okay, that's pretty sharp. I kind of like what I'm seeing here because that weapon hasn't been popular for many, many years, and they're just making it work. You can see the scuff scope that nobody really likes attached to the Winchester, but it's still pretty much a very lethal weapon in the early game, especially when those without helmet. It's always going to be a one-tap. Say's going to be able to confirm it as that player will slowly bleed out. But Elevate, so far their run's been impressive, but because of that point, take a look at this. They are tying it with the good fellas, 9th and 10th, respectively.
Okay. Now you got me interested. Goodfellas, Elevate, same points. But not right now. What are you gonna do here if you are Elevate? Really take your time because I feel like Elevate just now, despite their best efforts, weren't really able to replicate the success they were able to do a few days ago as well. They weren't really able to tie up these loose rounds. They get eliminations surely, but it hasn't been as consistent as their debut day, which is on day 2 of this week. Now, I was really expecting or hoping for those really aggressive, high octane starts for this particular map, but we haven't really seen that other than that previous fight that GC did get completely annihilated. But in this situation, since the majority of teams are on the southern side, I'm wondering if teams in the middle of the circles, or Seven Sky, or even HYB, would be more prone to rotate north side. Torre Ahumada completely open, Cruz de Val empty, water treatment as well. But it gives that space for the teams coming in from the western side to come through quite safely. I'm seeing NGGZ already moving in from La Cabrera, so they have a lot of space to work with. They have a lot of time as well, which means that they can really pick and choose which terrain they want to hold on to. If we know how NGGZ play, that terrain to the eastern side of La Cabrera might be somewhere where they want to hang out at. It's something very similar that we see from how Diego Galacticos would hold on this particular map.
Yeah, I think like you were absolutely spot on some of the patterns of movements for NGGZ as well as YG on how they actually play very, very well on those coasts. And speaking of which, currently with a lot of scatter across the map, I was also kind of surprised when I saw some of the good spots were not being taken like Cruz de Val, especially when the flight path was just directly upon it. So perhaps these kind of small little adjustments that teams make were basically for the lack of a better word, avoidance, perhaps. Because sometimes when teams, when they shift groups, they'll expect, like, okay, as much as a certain area is vacant and not being played by certain teams, you'll never know who else will drop right there, and they don't want their chances to be spoiled by RNG in that sense, where other teams are also vying for maybe a spot from Chengshu Dragons, a spot from the side of YG, or so. And Miramar, we have expected this to happen, the outcome of the initial start. Other than the wipeout of GC, it's only going to be that pickoff upon a member of VIX, which have been spending a little time on the blue as it just kicked in. Last we saw them was in the corners of ruins. And for this amount of time, I think that they have some really good moments, just like how we saw in the side of Hacienda, which they managed to win out. The question now is, what else is a better spot than Hacienda? Now that they journey way over onto the North Point, I do believe that it should be safe enough of passage for them to just have a good spot. We've already mentioned Cristobal being absolutely available. TEO, I think they've already seen a little bit of a tiny pixel jutting out of those windows, so he might look to pry this case open. It's not going to be all too much of an easy task, though. I mean, he's all alone right now. He might want to ask for a buddy to just help him out on this pursuit. But better yet, just basically regroup and re-strategize as well.
Trying to see how this rotate's gonna go as well. Look at how many teams have rotated into the circle. I'm really hoping we get to see a mat feed very, very soon, since Tio in the middle of Cruz del Val. I wouldn't be surprised if NGGZ decide to just really kind of like take advantage of that urban setting with the off-angle terrains that they have. Southern side is also very packed as well. I think VKS should go toe-to-toe up against Hive. BKE also there as well. I'm wondering what exactly is the vibe in VKE right now. You get off that high from a very, very huge win and a chicken dinner as well. Are you going to be able to just really feel yourself, just really ride that fire to be able to just really go aggressive later on down the line? Or is it going to be something a little bit more reckless? We've seen both sides from so many different teams throughout the years that we've been casting this, right, Contra? So I am very curious to see what exactly will be doing that. Now, as we go toward the rest of the team here, some teams very, very far out in the blue still. I'm actually kind of, and understandably so, I think VIX, because they had that, I think, scuffle pretty early, they decided to wait out many of these teams to rotate first. But because of the amount of teams on this south southeastern side, I think it's great that they're just really taking their time. Maybe these fights in the southeastern side should open up a bit of space for them to not only third party or either maybe join in and just really go in for these late rotating sort of fights as well. But for 214, okay, 214 is very funny, Contra. They went from
Hmm.
going huge with 2 chicken dinners to being one of the first teams knocked out last map as well. And we were both scratching our heads like, wait, hang on. What the heck happened there?
Yeah, it was just an error in the terms of how they rotated, and then they just basically got caught entirely. So hopefully this isn't going to be such instance where they get caught out again. Speaking of getting caught, it is going to be those members of Time Esports which have been marked by majority of TO. So great relay of information coming from the side of Unknown to be able to bring the entire squad to take them on, and those. He's only got a shack to hide, but this is going to be a death sentence if he does not step out. And if that is going to be a perfect lock through the doorways, he's absolutely cooked. There we go. It's pretty much straightforward for the side of Time Esports. There's just nowhere else that they could basically play this one out.
Okay, Tio, just really taking their time here. Cruz Deval. Oh my gosh, look at how many teams are rotating over here. I wish you guys could have that bird's eye view of how many teams are close by. It looks like it's a lot right now, but there's still a lot of space to work with. So some teams could just really hunker down, wait this out, or they could kind of like move in the between the ridges and just kind of keep their head quite low. Which is why I think it's good that TO is just sort of like moving around the area just to scout out if there's any scouts or stragglers just holding down the line to and be able to really, I think, take advantage of these first contact style plays. Miner gets some chip damage onto the Elevate players and even a knock. An answer back at the very least here. So forced to move back, probably frustrated that he's not able to secure that 1 point, but it's fine. NGZ also forced to play a little bit more safe, since I believe that for some of these teams like NGZ, Hive, been quite stagnant today, hasn't really been able to tally up more points, just really bolster their way forward. At this point, at this time, around like what, the second last map of the day already, it doesn't seem like any team is primed to even challenge that first place spot.
Yeah, it's just so difficult. I mean, Yangon Galacticos, they're just playing at a very different level, I must say, from how they've been able to acquire so many wins from yesterday's run. Whereas the top 2 and top 3 looking pretty much feasible for them to trade places at any given moment. Hive International haven't had too many hits today. The problematic portion of it is that it seemed like they were just basically experimenting with some of all these movement patterns that they are not basically playing traditionally, where sometimes you see them aggress even from the span of stage 3. But today has been relatively passive for the side of Hive. And they're driving through a trap laid out from the side of MSI. This does not look all too good. Getting a little bit more concerned for them. But Hive, they don't care. They really want to push through. So maybe we get ourselves a little bit of fight between these two big teams. And yet again, Elevate sets up a toll. Doesn't seem like Jeffrey wanted to really pay the price, as
Fast
he
and
just basically
furious.
break the speed limit.
Fast and Furious, man, bro. Not even a single bullet touched him. That is insane. Because so many times we would see like maybe a little bit of chip damage to come through. But this guy, okay, never mind. Did fall eventually. Was a little bit too excited there, but that's fine. Anyways, oh, and also crushed. What a way to go, man. What a way to go. But it's good to see Elevate just really find that energy. And honestly, this is the kind of energy I like seeing in some of these teams. Very proactive. And also reactive at the same time. You know you get a knock. Okay, what can we do to secure that point? There's just so many situations where they get knocked. They either let the player get picked up and go for a reset, or another team steals them away. And for Elevate, I think they're realizing that they need to do a little bit more extra to be able to put themselves a little bit more forward, or else they'll be pushed down the ladder. Not in the most dangerous of situations to be pushed out of that grand finals either. But again, the motivation for that cut of the prize pool is definitely there. And also on the other side here, VKS is a team that I think you and I are both questioning whether or not they make it in the end, and how exactly the performance is this week compared to last week as well, because it just feels very stagnant.
It really does feel in such a way that these players, they are just pretty much stuck with some certain ideas or so. stagnation may not be permanent, as we are just seeing some of them actually cooking something huge for the end game. Whereas for the side of VKS, finding themselves at the bottom of wild treatment. Not really the best place to be, especially with one member of KE Planet over onto the top side of the hill. I do have my fair share of rounds playing in wild treatment, and more often than not, the ones who secure the hillsides does get plenty of upper hand. So a little bit worrisome sign for those members of the side of KE. But the good news is, NGGZ OV is also holding the rest of Goodfellas back. And this is where a lot of teams, once again, go in for those rotation scrambles. And it's actually Hybrid Esports that takes charge directly in the center.
They've had a lot of games where they got middle of the circle first, haven't they? Very proactive with positioning. But I think the difference between now and the beginning of the week is more of like whether or not they can hold their space. I think today they've been a little bit more aggressive. They're actively taking out these fights compared to before. They hunker down, they keep their head down, and they wait for teams to push to them, and they get completely overwhelmed. And now the space slowly being taken away. The good fellas putting in that damage to Observer Esports. I think one thing's for sure about Observer Esports is that one round they are completely in breakout form. Another round you're fighting the zone, fighting for your life, trying to get into the circle. As for KE, still maintaining the same aggression, still want to take this fight up against VKS. We talked a little bit about how they feel that they've stagnated right now, and in this situation, realizing that it's a very, very strong team. They got knocked onto Mad Dog here, but the answer back from the rest of KE is phenomenal. Look at the amount of space, the amount of pressure, the amount of firepower that Master D2K, himself has been giving back to the team. Steals away one member, effectively crippling them a little bit more. And because so much noise has been made, pushes VKS into a very dangerous rotation where they're getting picked apart left, right, and center.
Yeah, there's just aggression being displayed over onto the course of the rim of the zone. A difficult task for GFS to also cut right over, but they see the rest of KE driving by. Usually it's KE being the aggressors here. Now that they are forced to also convoy up ahead, they're taking isolated angles. Now that is certainly interesting because the Goodfellas, they need to move in, and it's basically a trapping laid out, but they're not falling prey to that. They get the catch onto MM. As a matter of fact, that's actually going over onto other teams instead. Yaka now getting a little bit back. While the rest of GFS, they are getting tagged all across the map.
Nice off-angle play by Shaco is just so nasty to see. Gets a bit of chip damage. Unfortunately, wasn't able to secure that knockdown. Can see and hear a lot of sounds being made. KE this time around not going to be able to really cash out like they did in the previous maps. Knocked out a little bit too early. Seeing some of the big names already get knocked out. KE, OV time. Already getting knocked super soon as well. Not able to replicate some of their success here. It's Ramon, great work alongside with his teammate to be able to pick off their own picks. But the nades coming in from Hive is just something to behold. Knocking out the team that previously got a massive chicken dinner on Erangel. And now Hive, it seems like they've woken up somewhat. Throws in that nade forward. Already with 7 eliminations, this is the Hive that we all know and love. A little bit later on this rotation gives them a lot of dividends. Some fire sent out toward them by the 214 members, but they don't seem a bit more deterred, possibly fueled by desperation to be able to prolong their hold into this map. At the same time here, Tio, understanding the predicaments that Hive is facing, wants to join in. Lil Yatka will be the one trying to start off this first blood contact. Hasn't found anything yet with the nades, but also careful not to over-aggress.
They certainly have not too much of a reason to really push upwards up against the rest of the members of TEO, as much as they really want to fight for a little bit more of that spot. But now it becomes a gridlock. And like you said, Hive International, they finally get more of their winning ways back on track. Still not quite in the clear though, because they're just by the edges, nowhere close to the zone. Yaka now makes things matter a little bit worse for the side of Hive International. At the very least, having a couple of vehicles still intact allows them to basically propel ahead. As for the rest of Hive, they don't mind playing the waiting game if the rest of these members of TEO wants to do just that. Instead, they're just gonna go and pave a path and maybe find themselves good enough a shelter to hold out for the upcoming phase. Speaking of sheltering themselves, it's MSI and also Seven Sky, who is pretty much within the same neighborhood. I call this a neighborhood, but actually it's just like dilapidated houses as well as where like containers and stuff, shipments. Like, how do you even actually put containers so deep into Miramar? I don't know, but
Magic.
it is looking good for South.
Yep. Great pick off there onto that as well. And this is how you want to play this situation where you're all alone here. You get these isolated fights, you move away, but it definitely does put a loud red alert sound ringing in Seven Sky's mind. You can start to see they're starting to hunker down, hoping to catch South K's rotation at the very least. Really put some damage into him as well, completely pushing him out of the game. And if that does happen, gives so much space for 2-on-4 to be able to play catch up here. But for South K, spots out the members of Seven Sky, gets a knock even more onto Champ. Ah, man. Not enough bodies to be able to give him that support. But Seven Sky almost lost the entirety of that team in that one singular moment. Oh man, my heart dropped for them, man.
Yeah, I mean, I was already at the edge of my seat. I thought that was it. I thought he could have actually gotten on 3, but thankfully, Rebolo did manage to bring it back, salvage whatever it was bound to be a lost cause. Also, a very valiant attempt coming from the said individual. And now, moving into stage 5, I think we've already wiped out more than half of the population already. And NGGZ fancying a chance. Looking over on the opposite side of the direction, knowing that this is too tough to actually go for the challenge, especially with only 2 members to try to pave that passage into the zone. Take a look at 2-on-4. There is a great weapon that they could actually retrieve, but maybe that runs a little bit of risk, especially when TEO is all the way down south high. They basically set the campfire out here in the desert dune and are roasting some chicken if they want to, but they haven't really gotten a bite all too much. And GGZ, they're confident enough to try to just have Gerald here hold his own. I mean, how many times has he been the last player standing for the team? You can always trust this guy when it comes down to even 1v1 duels, sometimes even when he's outnumbered. Hive now driving out in the open field, and doesn't seem like much can be done from the side of Seven Sky.
Trying to see what exactly more they can do here, since there is that pressure coming in from that zone. As for the rest of the teams, Circle is so interesting since the northern side is fairly empty, wide open areas as well, so the majority of teams opting to just really inhabit the southern side of the map, one of them being Hive. A bit of cover, some terrain as well. Range so low right now. So lucky that nade didn't manage to splash at him. So gonna hunker down, just keep quiet for the time being, hoping that he doesn't get spotted. The rush through from Seven Sky is here. Rebello takes a lot of damage there. And Holy Mango just sends out an entire clip onto his body. But Hive decides to join in as well. The nade goes a bit too wide. Not sure how Rebello was able to juke that forward, move away from the nade, go back to safety, knowing that Holy Mango is holding his area. That is terrifying.
Very, very terrifying. And try as he may, he's pretty much stuck behind a rock in the hard place. The moment he just basically stood up is where Holy Mango will not only get one, but a freebie alongside with it. You can consider a restock from those fallen players, since there's not going to be all too many space that has been unclaimed. So they will definitely share some of the loots all across. If it's going to be an MG tree or some P90
They're definitely looking forward to rip some of these players to bits. Let's Elevate now starts to be active
Oh.
again. Back and forth. And oh, Genji, where was that from?
I'm trying to figure out as well. There's just so many players around this area as well. Genji, I think he was somewhere toward that southern side. Regardless, now the rest of Hive looking to quickly reposition. There's just too many teams in this small amount of space. Oh my gosh, his head gets dinked right there. Forced to move down. Look at that. His helmet is almost out already just from that one shot. Crazy work. Genji still lighting up that feed. Gets a pick off his own as well. 7 eliminations already for Hive. 8 for the TO members. This is a nice terrain they've been able to hold on to. But the trek down just to get into the zone, not going to be easy, especially since 2-4 is holding down at the bottom. They have access to that drop as well. Master Ichi catching one of the members of HYB, trying to rotate into that zone. Definitely not going to be easy, especially since it's a crunch, a 3-way crunch, in fact, from 2-4, Hive as well as TO. If they do decide to leave that compound and move into the circle, it's wide open areas, a valley in between 3 terrains here.
They do have so much more of a advantage coming in to hold out the high ground, but as much as it matters now, it won't be playable hitting into the foreseeable stages. We're already at stage 7. 6 teams remain. I guess Wrangle was much quicker in the pacing for this course of the evening, but understandably so. This is a very difficult space for them to even seek avenues. But they're going to try again, sending you on a scout out. And as much as he tries to dent that UAZ, it is to no avail. More shots on the other side, and this time Yaka takes out one more member from 2-1-4, and only a duo is left. Well, technically, the knock is still pretty active, where they're not going for the save just yet, but where did that nade erupted? All the way over the corner of the map as more and more attempts comes in from the side of Terra Esports. I think it's about time. The storm would eventually hit this corners, and there we go. Big bangs over on the side of NGGS.
GGZ barely alive right now, but should be able to pick him up, as Miner will be the one to rush a little bit more forward, pull away the attention toward him. Needs a bit of breathing space for his team to be able to come back into the game, but Hive has already been eliminated, but albeit a much better showing this time around. A deeper run with 7 eliminations is, I think, the second highest in this lobby, since Terra Esports has already collected 10. And they don't necessarily have the highest of space either. They have the southern side. They're I think locked between 3 different teams. And now the circle shifts one more time, and that terrain where TEO is holding is still very much in their control. The only team that is competing for that space is NGGZ, but not necessarily the healthiest either, with only 3 players in the bag or in the zone. But they've already got 9 elims. Looking very good than they're showing in the beginning of the day. Gerald knocked down once again. He was barely alive for even a minute. The pressure coming in from Tio feels like it's too much to deal with. Whoa, my gosh, spoke too soon. As Miner's nade just knocked down 2 members of Tio so quickly. And now, here comes the push out as Elevate decides to join in on that fight. Possibly the kill feed gave all the information in the world on when Elevate should be hitting this fight. Stealing away the picks, stealing away the points. CEO must feel very frustrated with Unknown answering back, but Lil Yatka will be taken out. So 1-for-1 here in this initial fight. And holy cram! Noticing the rotation from another team, quick to react to it as well.
So swift, as you can see. Big scrambles are happening all across as the rest of Elevate focus on taking as much area as they could while hiding right behind the ridges. Somebody's got to go and save Mango right now. An unstoppable streak now being built up from the side of NGGZ. All commotion and 2-1-4. Having Migs somehow surviving right below. I think the hype They know where he's at. They just could not afford to look out. Cram found a little bit of a smoke tub that he basically put anywhere he wants. That is just to cover some angles off of his teammates. Elevate will look to actually find a little bit more of his spacing for themselves. As for Seiyun, they have not been able to close the gap. They know that the moment that they step out, it's going to be Elevate pinning him out. Speaking of which, he is the one that re-aggresses instead. There we go. More and more opportunities. Genji now wall to wall. We've seen episodes of this before. He is going to bring the man. Can he beats him out? Incredible.
This guy has been lighting up the kill feed the entire day. Nasty work. Another one into his pocket before finally being silenced by Graham. A fourth slot finish, but one of their best showings this week. And Elevate looking so comfortable in this 3v1. Nick's trying his best to change the trajectory of everything, but the answer back and 3 gun barrels pointing at you means that Elevate should be able to get this and getting candy from a baby. Elevate looking really good, very consistent, and most importantly, this time around they make it to the finishing line. Opportunistic as hell, finding timing, knowing that one of the teams, NGGZ, had already been crippled, and the other team not looking at the best way possible either. Third party in its best form.
Yeah, and overall, they had so many bridesmaid moments, and this is where they step onto the podium to receive that penultimate dinner. And they have already shown us their capabilities. Every team fight has been won out, most of often than not, even back in Erangel. And once they were depleted, that's where they kind of gas out. This time, it's all gas, no breaks at all for the side of Elevate. Maybe there is a little bit in the early game, but not so much when it comes down to how they have basically controlled the pacing and the tempo of other teams while they have been able to get optimal angles to work around with. If you take a look at the damage numbers, it goes to tell you that everyone's been able to churn some significant damage throughout the round. So let's take a look at the highlights.
Alright, here we go with Elevate, TEO, NGZ, and HYB making it into that top 4 just now. I am really liking how HYB look today, exactly. I think we didn't really get to see them too much in the beginning of the week. They were a little bit more quiet, a little bit more passive, but today they decided that that's enough. Enough of us playing passive. Enough of us hunkering down and keeping our heads low for the chicken dinner. Today we strike. And this is looking really good if you ask me. 5 eliminations for our top 4. And I think throughout today, I think we saw 3 appearances by them in this top 4 slot, which is a different story on how they looked like in the beginning of this week. But for now, we give our flowers to Holy Mango, leading the charge in terms of eliminations for his team. I have to say, when you look at this team, entire team for Elevate Esports, they look good individually early as well. Every single member has a role that they are able to carry out very, very well. With Mango with 6 eliminations, Cram with 4, the other 2 players 2 apiece, which means that everyone knew exactly what to do and what their execution was going to look like.
Yeah, we saw even back in those Arangel rounds, he was absolutely hard carrying, whether if he's going to be starting off fights or if he's going to be able to supplement with his teammates. And finally, they've been rewarded with a great win. And this basically gives them that edge because we had that conversation. They had a little bit of that tiebreaker moment with the side of Goodfellas, and now one-upping them with 24 points. Goodfellas only 3 points this round. So in that one chicken dinner, they've already created a humongous gap, meaning to say Goodfellas now have to go back on the push, and there's only going to be one final round left, Tash. So I don't know how they're going to do it, but they got to do it either ways. Now, quick look over on the overall rankings, and we already see distributions of chicken dinner from the first half of the page all the way to the second page, despite VIX, ABC, and a few other notable names having one win for themselves. The ones on page 2, they haven't really gotten any kind of a great thing running for them in terms of win conditions. But after this round itself, you saw Elevate poised for that position, chasing in up against CSU, who's not even playing. All they need right now is going to be a couple of points, and by placement points with tiebreakers, they should be able to make the cut.
Yeah, it's so competitive here toward the middle of the ladder. You can just never really tell who's going to be making it on top. Now, we did see Hive break into that 200 pointer, 206 to be exact as well. One more map to go, guys. Give the energy to your teams as we take a quick break. Okay, you guys better bring the energy because me and Contra definitely will. This is the last Miramar of the league stage. This is the last map of the league stage. The last moment for all these teams to come together and get those last few points to be able to launch themselves into the grand finals. It's competitive for sure. It's definitely going to be deadly, but you gotta bring your A game.
That's right. It is their very last chance. It's go big or literally go home. We're hoping to see the very best to represent the region here for the PMGOC. It starts right here, and it will be bound to be the most heated battle of it all in Miramar for the PUBG Mobile Challengers League before the finals. So let's get it on.
Okay, we saw a very slow first Miramar just now, despite us projecting it's going to be messy because of the flight path. And this time around, we're seeing a more, I would say, centralized flight path. From Valdemar all the way to Tora, Humada, Campo Militar, and now everyone should be able to drop where they decide to. Now, some of these teams probably are in the know that they might not be making it. I think last time during that we cast, was it PMPL or PMSL contract? I don't remember what it was. We saw some teams that already knew they weren't going to make it. They decided to hot drop another team just to kind of mess with their points. But that's a whole different region, right? So I'm wondering if that same mindset, same energy could be brought here as well.
It could be the case of like saying, hey guys, do you guys want to party inside Los Lunas? Well, if everyone says yes, then it's go time. But overall, I think like when it comes down to Miramar, most likely than not, when you play with randos, it's always gonna be Picado. But who wants to mess with Hive? I don't think anyone wants to do just that. But then again, not that there is going to be all too much that will hinder them, because we'll definitely see Hive International in the grand finals already. It's more about whether can they sustain enough points in order to keep their number 2 spot, because the last time we checked, MSI was really close into beating them to claim that top 2 spot, while we have another eruption here inside of Hacienda. Once again, Time versus GC.
It's always them. Always these two fated to go up against each other. Maybe it's planned, who knows at this point. Time hasn't had the best of times either. Getting caught out. I think they had a bit of a roster shuffle as well. I noticed Oz is playing right now. I haven't seen him playing for a majority of the week or even the day. But this time around, DOS comes in. Nice spray forward as well. As the rest of GC will be the one to be a little bit opportunistic. My bad, by the way, it's DOS, not Oz. I couldn't see the D just now. We did see DOS play that previous map. Now the nade will be cooked. Gonna be tossed down the stairs. A perfect spray from Swam as well. And even enough damage to put in the pain to the players of Time. GC, very happy with this predicament. This time around, they're the ones to take the win. And time again, they've been able to overcome. No third party seen in sight, just straight their own efforts. And they remain unscathed throughout the entirety of the round. Okay, we love a little bit of muscle. Show it to us. Yeah.
There we go. Carry them crates. And where are they going to plant them? In the fountain? Outside? Outdoors? Finally, they get to at least celebrate a little bit and rejoice because, hey, they finally have done it after multiple tries. And at the very same time, you mentioned about spoiling others' parades. I gotta say, Time Esports, they kind of have a stake as well, because they are looking forward to taking over Observation Esports, and now
Production.
they're still moving, but in a very different way. I don't know.
Production really likes this screen, huh? You know what? Salute observers. Like, oh, tabi na duka. Come back. Anyways, going on to another team.
Yeah, that's kind of like the PMNC PH special, right? Whenever you have a beef with a team and you manage to like get them all wiped out, you will basically have a little bit of that ritual going on.
Oh, so that's the ritual.
Yeah.
Okay.
A
Thank you,
good
production,
celebration.
for showing me. I've seen the shooting box on the ground. I've seen that before. Not the carrying box. So that's new to me.
I remember like some of the teams, they will go to the extent where they kind of align the boxes and then they started gathering together so they could just dance on top of it. That is, well, definitely one sight to behold. And overall, maybe we might actually get to see some in the finals. Maybe big maybe. I definitely think that it's all for the sake of fun and there's no menace in their heads or any kind of like ill feelings. But on the receiving end, you definitely will feel a bit salty if you were to be like treated as such. But hey, it is the nature of the competition. Someone's always gonna walk away with not much to gain.
Wait, hang on. I just realized something. So GC is currently at the bottom of the ladder, right? And 15th spot is Time. Barely. Maybe they were out here to just ruin hopes and dreams.
Yeah, they're being a little bit of a menace, and they can afford to.
Exactly.
Like, technically,
Always fear a team with nothing to lose.
yes. I think like if they had this mindset all along, then a lot of that pressure is being relieved that they will be pretty much daredevils to really get a lot more done. But
Production, go back to GC. I want to just follow them the entire game. I want to see what they're up to, production.
we'll see. But for now, I guess not much is going on. They're done with their celebrations as the rest of the teams are now prepping up. I don't think I've got a glimpse yet of the zone, but
I can tell
often
you where it
so.
is.
Oh.
It's a little bit more toward the northern side, but centralized. It's a Cruz de Val circle, basically.
Okay, that makes a little bit more sense.
Okay,
So-
tell us what you think.
So that pretty much says that GC, they can basically guard the area and maybe more shenanigans to come. That could be something interesting.
Yeah,
The
they're in the middle of Hacienda, just chilling there.
Guess they're still not over the fact that they just basically wiped out the entire squad.
That was fast as well. It's hella
Very
fast.
quick.
Yeah.
And also, I love the fact that one of the members were planted inside of the door, being really sneaky. They have multiple holes and Time. They kind of rush to really finish the job, but they basically rush into all members swinging at them. And I guess maybe playing it slow was a better idea for the side of Time. Well, I was trying to think of Time jokes, but I kind of ran out of it.
What?
Oh, you didn't get it, did you?
I didn't get it.
Ran out of time.
Oh.
I ran out of time jokes.
You should be a cat dad or a dog dad at this point. You have a lot of dad jokes. You might as well, fit in the leap.
I'm unk enough to be one, I guess. Paw parents. I only do cat sitting. Dog sitting, I don't think I'm that good at it yet. I don't know. I just didn't grow up with too many different kind of pets other than cats. And we were
You
just
add
talking about
goldfish
cats
there.
on the break.
Oh, we were. Yeah, we were. Sorry, guys. The start is a little bit slower than usual, but to give you an update of the zone right now, the southern side of the circle is completely packed. Elevate's playing this very smart. All the way north side, parked themselves in Torre Al Humada, away from a majority of this team. So they can just rest in their laurels, wait for the initial skirmishes to go through, and do what they do best, which is get active toward the middle side of the map. Maybe around stage 5 to stage 6.
And once again, I was just staring at the leaderboard while every team is currently convoying. GFS kind of find themselves once again pit against TEO. Early on, it was Elevate until they scored their chicken dinner. And honestly, all these teams around those sector is kind of close by. Now, this is gonna, because of this circle that appears up north, it's going to make the south side so congested that it is very difficult to actually find a decent entry point other than, you know, wrap around El Azahar to actually go through some of all these roads. But they like to go through some of the fastest routes, so we expect them to be planned over the hillside, which is where Elevate is hoping to actually catch some. Swam somehow finds a few members coming in from the side of HYB, so GC, they're not done. They're still going for some really good picks.
Yeah, out here ruining dreams. Now, you know, I talked a little bit about Elevate just now, parking themselves up in Tutorial Hunada. Little did they know that the circle will shift hard north toward them as well. So we saw the presence of NGGZ coming north side as well. They shared the compound for a little bit before. I think they did have a little bit of an exchange just now. So it does force NGGZ to move away and take a different angle to hold instead. There, I don't think NGZ really wants to take these early fights and not against a team like Elevate very, very early. Now for the rest of the team as well, this is one of those rare few maps that we see a very big dash for rotations coming from a majority of these teams. A lot of teams are actually on the same page as well. Teams such as VKS, Hive, MSI, and even VKE have that mind to just go in for this eastern side rotation instead of trying to compete for that southern side. But NMM with the big damage onto you. The same could be said about Miner as well. Nice pizza hold, excuse me. Where they manage to crossfire one another, make it hard to just really kind of move away. As meanwhile, for Seo Yoon, forced to move away and finally knocked down by Shaco. That's a very, very long range pickoff that he's able to do. And it feels like HYB just getting torn apart from different sides of the map and different teams as well. Can never feel too safe.
Yeah, their trouble has always been on those rotations. They do have firepower, but when you're on those wheels, what does firepower even mean if you cannot travel safely? Sad to say, they gotta fix that in the upcoming season though, or if they make it to the finals, it's something that they really have to keep on practicing safety measures in order to not get sniped out of their vehicles. And there we go. Big update coming true as we are still seeing GC somewhere towards the middle. As much as hype, they got the direct sender. I think that this is going to be tough for a singular member to hold out up against squads of 4. Cruz Deval, once again, the main playground for majority of these teams, which is why you see a flock of them already planted inside the city. Last season, I remember even in the grand finals, the last map in Miramar was played out directly in the city. This feels a little bit like a deja vu, but probably with a very different outcome, of course, with different teams being involved. 2-1-4 gets a strike onto Hive, and same goes to Tio. Tio up against Observation Esports. I think like all these early knocks is still salvageable, so it is not too much of a problem at all. But never mind, the moment I said that, they got absolutely cursed by me, because even more falter this time around. Tio, upon arrival, getting picked off from Shifunari.
But the collapse and follow-up from the rest of the team is good though. Because seemingly see them rotate forward to provide a bit more cover fire to be able to pick up their teammates. And VKS lose a bit more ground here. They cannot collapse and pick up Godspeed. And now they're forced to just play a little bit more passive. But the answer back is good. Shifunari takes a lot of damage already. As for Godspeed hunkering down a little bit more further back, so he's not going to be able to get picked up there. You know, not aware that the rest of VKS are on the top side of that terrain either. So the pickup is imminent with Master Ichi. Sort of looking to just really go for this chase. MM Shop is here, but their hands are full. Going up against PC, a menace. Look at this trade as well. Instantaneous from his teammate. Swam down and out. MHOP does get found in the end. The Molly pushes Lil Wangs a little bit more back. Pops his head up, moves away. A 3-way push-up. Just really teach VKS a lesson on what it means to cross them and try to contest them for space. And wow, that's some fancy parking there.
Oh, it is going to be a parking lot that will be filled with landmines as well. There we go, the huge pop coming in from Kid with his FAMAS in hand. shredding them like little paper out in this desert dunes, and I'm not liking what they tried to accomplish with that kind of dip when you still have OV planted so high up that it's gonna be absolute easy pickings. And Vix, they're already smoking up. This is not a good sign. Where else can they drive that's gonna be safe? Stranded in the middle of nowhere. And this is just a desperate attempt. Lord did make it true, but at what cost though? GC, perhaps they are looking to celebrate with a chicken dinner of their own to
That'll be
close out their
funny.
run. Whether if they make it or not, at least they will just have their pride intact by the end of the run.
That will be so funny that they're able to just come in here, ruin some dreams as well. And if they somehow pull a majority of points and make it last minute, that would also be even more hilarious. Regardless, Rex now in trouble as Master Ichi, finding that first pick off so quickly. Hit in the wings, hoping to be able to bring his teammate back. There's a lot of smokes to provide a bit more space!
Ooh.
But once again, it's always going to be that shack that's going to be a big problem in these situations. And I'm telling you guys right now, it's not easy to have landed that nade through the window of the small shacks.
Yeah, that was a perfect toss. And you saw the whole thing was smoked up. The trajectory was just absolute perfection. And once again, it just goes to show that PMCL, we've seen so many high-level quality plays, even from all across the regions. And that's the beauty of this whole league. The diversity all adds into the flavor. Now the rest of GC are just basically traversing over on the course of the hill, and there we go, smoke, and MSI, they've been on goose chase, and they basically go head-to-head, and they don't really want to let each other go. Elevate now being punished for their own cause, as they kind of overaggress. A little bit of a chip damage coming from the grenade here, almost connecting towards south, he barely survived, and now he pops the first in time. The rest of Elevate now pushing right through. What more can he do? He's going to go in for an attempt. He's got that DPS. Now time to unleash it. A couple of taps, but still too many members from the side of Elevate and MSI. They end their like early as well. Thank you so much for the entertaining run. We hope to see them in the grand finals. We'll have to tabulate the results. But that also confirms Hive. They are guaranteed that top two unless 214 gets a dinner.
That'll be kind of funny. And there's a lot of, I think, nuances to the math right now as well, especially when it comes to the placements. So everyone's just being so careful. And Elevate, this is one of their best performances throughout this week as well. A lot of space held here in the high ground. Granted, not too close to that circle either. But being able to just really abuse this high ground should give them a bit of an edge to be able to push forward. As for the good fellas here, looking to just overcome KE. I don't know what happened. They started off the day real strong. And then after that, it just felt like they just weren't able to find their footing anymore. Getting torn apart left, right, and center, excuse me. Positions held, the rotations getting caught. And this time around, weren't able to hold on to the good to their own area. Granted, Goodfellas has two-way hold toward them. High ground from northern side held by NGGZ, puts them in a very precarious situation. And Campus, as soon as he pops his head out to that side there, the open window is making it painful for him. He's only staying alive just because he's hugging that corner wall inside of that building.
Yeah, KE really felt like they don't feel comfortable at all throughout both Miramar maps. And now, stuck in the rut. Not much that he could do, but just to hide by the very thin walls. And here comes the face check. I think Chewy kind of knows that he's in one of the rooms, but they are not swinging just yet. Campus now teasing with a grenade. 4 seconds being cooked up, and this is going to be pulled back because he knows he's going to blow himself up. And that will be it. KE ends the night here at 10th spot.
GZ? Where was this GC earlier this week? Hello?
Where was the GC the entire tournament?
Oh man, BKE now trying to put in that pressure to 214. We were just talking about what 214 needs to be able to just really push their way forwards. And GC now looking to go on another rampage. And this time around, they pull their attention towards Seven Sky. The rotations are here. They jump out of the vehicle. Crazying falls, but Chili sprays have been crazy. Rebelo will trade, and so does Sion CK as well. So GC not gonna be in the best of positions either. They have lost 3 members in just that encounter. Meanwhile, for Seven Sky, gets 2 points. Being able to bring Champ into the game also is already really good. But will have to survive as a 3 to be able to move over to the end of the map. But they're okay. They have the compound, a bit of compound. They have a bit of terrain as well. They can wait it out. But that's not what they want. They want to play aggressive, putting a lot of firepower and attention to the members of TO on the other side of the terrain. They want to wrestle control of this area from TO. And a good thing too, since it is a 1-1-1 formation from this team on the southern side.
Yeah, I definitely think that they need to aggress because Seven Sky, you take a look at the charts again, 1 more point to tie with time. You don't really just want to tie it. You want 2 points so that you can surpass, just to guarantee yourself a little bit more of that wiggle room once they secure themselves those league rank points. You never know, you might just fall short of just 1 point. GC, as much as they're left with 1 member, I think they've impressed us just about good enough. We definitely want to see them in more upcoming seasons because they are so entertaining to watch. 2-1-4 goes down, and that leaves Hive absolutely uncontested now. And GGZ might just be the next contender, who knows, but Elevate, they're doing their best, and they are just keeping the rest of Hive International at bay.
Trade of nades coming through here. KE will be the next team to fall. This round has been upping the ante to what is mid-side as we hit stage 4. Now Holy Mango, oh my gosh, nasty with the shots. Being able to put in or take away a lot of the HP from the members of Hive here. Not too sure if they're gonna be able to get out of this alive. Range alone, forced to make a difference. But you can't. Against a team like Elevate, once they see you, you're basically down and out. And somehow through all of this, they still managed to reset and stay alive as a 4. Meanwhile for TO, very active early, 10 eliminations already here. Same could be said for them, how healthy they are right now. They've been hanging around this terrain. We talked about how they were holding 1-1-1. Immediately the teammate needs help toward the eastern side. They decide to go for a 3-1 instead, leaving Godspeed alone in case someone decides to push up. Didn't need that clearly. Able to rendezvous as well. Hell, they can even go western side and take this fight against Seven Sky if they want to. And it's going to be dangerous. And Seven Sky lacks the amount of bodies to be able to withstand that pressure.
Yeah, and I really do like that divide and conquer strategy coming in from the side of TEO. Well, they don't really have the zone being secured yet. That's the only problem that they're dealing with right now. And speaking of problems here, Jarrell now, 1 versus 2. We've probably seen a lot of wonders coming in from this boy. And my, it is the man himself that will go in to really wrestle control up against the rest of the good fellas. Barely hanging by a thread right now, needing to really go for a pickup. Jarrell confirms it. Oh my, it's only down to Shins and he's running right behind that buggy. He knows exactly
Hello?
when he pops out. GFS. Oh, he does the unthinkable. He stopped Jarrell on that 1v1.
He was barely alive as well. And that was a very, very high-risk play, which could have resulted in his team getting eliminated. But you gotta give it to Shins. So good at just really abusing these windows of opportunity, but the sound of vehicles in the distance means that his work is not done quite yet. Forced to keep his head low. You also have Renix Tova still around as well. Could be anyone's game here. Could be annoying for Seven Sky as well. So they just really pull it back, Seven Sky. Not sure if they actually do know the positions of these last 2 players. Sion 2K, CK, excuse me, wants to try and see whether or not he can get a pick off here. Renix Tova also got a top up as well. So not gonna be the easiest to be able to take him out of the game. The amount of utility he has, throwables, nades, quite a number to work with. Lethal. And now he cooks the nade. No clue though, you can tell he's not playing with any info here. There we go, decides to just really chunk off those nades toward the player of Goodfellas instead of going toe-to-toe against the Seven Sky players. Sion finally gets that final member from Goodfellas in the end. A 5th place finish, quite commendable. Our top 4 is here with at least 2 of the teams very, very healthy. GC making it into the top 4 despite all odds.
I'm just really in awe and in shock, and now I have all respect towards the side of GC making it this far with Renix Tova. We didn't try to meme them. I mean, overall, they really put on quite the show over on the span of this final map remaining of the league. And then it's going to be a little bit of a break time before we get ourselves to the finals. Seven Sky does have 3 members to try to fight off against those members of TEO. If they were to basically rally together with Elevate, they could basically bring TEO slightly down the size. But there we go. Phoenix Tova once again. A torn on the side of majority of these teams. And now isolating Champ to challenge him to a 1v1.
Okay, here we go. Nice spray, but not necessarily the pick-off as he does put that molly to take away that space. Don't allow him to push out. He's out there in the open, and he does answer back with a pick.
Ooh.
But timing's good. And Seven Sky's position allows them to trade as well. So we'll be able to get away with 1 more point, in fact, taking GC out, which means that there's less worry about an extra player potentially changing the tides of the game.
And now with the circle moving deeper into the territories of Terror Esports, they don't really have to do much. They will have to force Seven Sky into the zone, and then they just basically get themselves ready for the duel. But it is going to be the high ground advantages for both Elevate as well as Seven Sky, which are now trading blows from quite afar. The only compounds remaining, and this is definitely a very tough state of play. There is flat grounds on where TO is currently holding. And that is going to be the arena to end it all. Almost gladiator-like for all these 3 teams. Elevate so far with some preemptive measures. Trying to find a little bit of track opening coming in for them as they try to plow through. Members of Seven Sky who tries to close in the distance, and a lot of back and forth happens between all 3 teams.
Just marking the members of TO as well. Knows that Master Ichi has already been knocked. It's just a matter of securing that pick off here. Holy Mango's timing is good, but the chip damage from that nade is a lot more. You see Liliana getting active right now, rushing forward, a bit of strafe. But in tandem with his teammates, were able to throw that nade as well. So Mango not able to survive any longer, and TO just evening out the playing field for a majority of these teams. Holy Stay as well will be the next one to fall. Elevate looking in worse shape as the winning conditions of TO look more and more favorable. Godspeed waiting for the nade to come through here. I'm not sure if Smoke is aware. No, it goes a bit more wide. He's just hunkering down, waiting for that right timing. And TO forced to move away. Smoke proning forward, going for a reposition. So the players of TO couldn't really catch a glimpse of where the repositions are going from. Here's a bit of shots coming toward him from the Seven Sky players as well. Seven Sky doesn't necessarily have the terrain or area to hold either. They're all the way in the wings. They've already put themselves in a position that they don't have to deal with Elevate. But after this, you like it or not, you're gonna have to deal with TO.
Smoke, he's just basically hiding right in his vehicle, and now he finally appears right in the middle of nowhere just to give them a little bit of an element of surprise. Now back and forth they rock right into the point blank angle. One tap, one it took for Master Ichi, and now Yaka's turn to shine, but he falters to the ground. Cram clutches in return. 1 member left for Elevate. Terror Esports weaken up, while Seven Sky watches from above. Still letting wants to take. But while Terror lick their wounds, it will still be troublesome for the other teams hoping to take them down. They still have the perfect cover.
Elevate's already out. 7 elims. A bit quiet than usual. Granted, this is not a very easy circle to navigate either. It's wide in the open. Only one terrain that is around is on the southern side, with the other side will be in the hands of Seven Sky with only 2 members left. So much zone control. We hit stage 9. Could potentially maybe try to steal away an elimination from the players of TO. I think they will. Smoking Buggy is all what Champ has in hand to be able to use to navigate around the area. Some smokes to give a bit of space for a reposition. The sprays are there. The knock finally comes through. Godspeed will be the one to meet Champ, leaving Sion all on his lonesome. They have an idea where he is as well. More throwable sets, more bodies as well. Tio wants to end this decisively, but also in a safe way. A lot of respect given to be coming in from different angles. You can't save your teammate and you can't save yourself either. The high ground fully in Tio's control. It is so systematic. It is so methodical, excuse me, how they were able to pull this off. Tio gets the final chicken dinner in the league stage.
That was quite the crescendo. They earned themselves their first chicken dinner of week 2. Surely they had a couple of wins back in week 1, but overall, it has been quite the tough fight between the 3 teams that was involved in that final battle. And of course, Terra Esports, they've always prioritized on fragging power, but they have now proven us that they got what it takes as well to claim some chicken dinners. So grand finals, you'll be expecting them to be ever ready. And where else would they place after taking this win? Well, the only way is up right now. Do they have enough points? We want to wait and see. So there's a lot of calculation to do, Cash. I'm not ready for it, but thankfully we do have the producers to do all those work for us.
Yeah, in this situation as well, Tio was just, I think they're just really enjoying this map. If you ask me, they took their time with the rotations. They were just really, they felt in flow state. The way they go for the fights as well. It's almost like breathing. They're very, very in sync with their teammates as well. Great roster, great lineup coming through here with both Unknown and Master Ichi getting the lion's share of the eliminations this particular game. I think what really gave them an advantage in this circle was just literally their positioning. But GC was the team to break hearts in this particular match.
Here we go. The final results on our screen for our last map of the evening, and we're going to be waiting to see how things pan out as Terra Esports elevate GC. Of all names, they definitely have done justice heading into the final game. Well, Seven Sky did squeeze in 4 points, which means some of the teams out there definitely have their fair share of struggles to earn points as TO. They reign supreme with those dominating performance coming out of each respective member. So this is just a great finale to close up the league. But the real finals will only begin in weeks' time.
Okay, this is where things get really interesting. Okay, I think when you look at this top 4, right, Contra? I know you have some math in your mind already. What's your thoughts? What do you think of GC and Seven Sky so far?
Seven Sky, they're just at the borderline. So I think like this top 4 is super important. As for GC, no six involved. I think we talked about that before, but hey, they were there for the vibes, and I think they should have actually went with the vibes since the get-go. So overall, it's still super exciting to watch. Elevate. Now, this is an interesting conversation because I am not quite sure where it's going to be placing them. But before we're going to get to that, this will be our match MVP, Unknown, who have really shown us the finest out of what Miramar has to offer. And of course, he has always displayed that he has that prowess in firepower, and also his mastery of the map itself is almost second to none. Even when he was playing in Yangon Galacticos previously, he has been definitely a sharpshooter overall to contribute plenty of points back towards TEL.
It's always interesting. Look at the amount of damage I was able to do as well. Crazy work coming for this particular team. You can tell they were very, very motivated. I think in the previous map as well I talked about, and I just really stressed on what it means to be able to go for these positionings, how you are able to really abuse some of these advantages. And I feel like for Terra Esports, this particular round was a masterclass on how you take these advantages in stride and use it to the best possible situation. A whopping 26 points in total for them to just really bring themselves forward. And I think that if anything right now, a lot of teams should be concerned about where they are. But Elevate and GC showing us also some really good points, 12 apiece, with Seven Sky taking 10. Now, GC, again, where were you this entire tournament? This kind of like placing style of play looked so good on them. I think it's just the pressure not being on their shoulders that allows them to just really play and really take their time. I think the majority of time that the players on GC were on this map, I think it was just one player left alive and still getting picks left, right, and center, surviving all the way. But regardless, you could tell how competitive this particular lobby is as well. Look at Time, HYB, VKS, VIX, and KE only getting 0 to 1 points apiece. Even MSI and 214, a team that performed quite consistently today as well, got knocked out very early.
Yeah, true enough. I felt like there was just too many challenges going into those early games, especially with such a difficult rotation for many of these teams. Now we're going to have a little bit of a moment here to break down who will make it to the finals. Congratulations to our teams of this week as they managed to clinch their respective points. But overall, it is kind of tough to actually see some of the names to be over on to 17, 18, 19 as well as 20th, because that means that they will not be earning those weekly rank points. So that being said, it will all be tabulated, because when we talk about past week's performances, Hype did well. VKS also have done quite a significant job, but this week they walk away with 0 points. Meanwhile, everyone else is going to be a top earner, and we take a look at the Undisputed Kings. Yangon Galacticos, 300 points with 7 chicken dinner, is absolutely untouched, even without playing a single match today.
Yeah, unrivaled. They really set themselves up for today as well. I believe throughout the entirety of this week, Yangon Galacticos, I think we're a little bit more close in terms of points with Hive. It was Hive at first place, Yangon Galacticos at second. They took the lead, and because they're just so consistent, they were able to just really slowly build the lead and explode yesterday. It was actually wild to be able to see them to do that. Now, for our daily MVP, Capo will be taking it. This guy has a 3.2 average elimination, which means about 3 players or so per round is just rough. This guy can win 1vx's. This guy can survive all the way till the end. This guy, as the last man standing, would also be the one to also bring in those extra frags as well before finally going down. Look at that survival time, 20 minutes. I think it says a lot because that's like about 2/3 of the entire map, because that shows that how aggressive he is as a player. That is also a player that is really good at surviving. In many situations, Capo will be the last person standing or the last person that's able to get those last few frags as well till the end. So it does paint a tale of what we can expect to see from this particular player. Regardless, coming into this one, league ranking wise, 27 points straight into Yango Galacticos' pockets. Thank you very much, with 12 from week 1 and 15 from week 2. As NGGZ week 2, a not so great showing if you ask me, but they've already set the pace on how far they are up there in week 1.
That's right, and congratulations to the Goodfellas as well, as they make it into the top 10. They've been able to still remain to be consistent in their very own ways to clinch themselves directly in the middle of the pecking order. Whereas 214, this has been a hard-fought battle. 0 points back in week 1, 8 points, just enough to make it through. Now, this is going to be heartbreaks and commiserations. Unfortunately, we will have to say goodbye to VKS, Seven Sky, GC, as well as NK. And take a look at that. It was only 1 point of a difference for them to maybe force a tiebreaker up against VIX ABC. So we'll still be seeing some of your favorite teams out here. KE, Time Esports, Hype, Elevate, and of course, VIX. VIX that we've actually mentioned before. This has been a very, very competitive lobby. You can even see the tie. 4 teams tied at 6 points. So it is so difficult to actually say who's actually better than the other when we get to the finals.
Yeah, I think it's been really hard. I'm surprised that Elevate, despite no points on week 1, was able to claw the way up tier in week 2. I think you were kind of like doing the math, right, on where some teams would be just because of that as well. And I think it must be frustrating, especially if you did have points in week 1 and you weren't really able to do much in week 2. It's just a different tune, I think, the frustration that comes in because you're not able to maintain that control and that form you had on the breakout week. Regardless, I think in this situation, these are going to be the teams that we are going to be seeing in the grand finals in the end of the month as well. And honestly, these are some of the usual suspects plus some of the new ones as well. Very happy to see some of the newer ones be able to just really stand their ground and really put up the numbers as well. Teams such as CSU were just really good to see, as well as HYB, Elevate as well. Fun things seeing, and a lot of teams are just really adapting fine regardless of whether or not they've just joined the league or they're already veterans.
I'm already excited for the finals. We definitely know that there's high caliber teams all going to be getting themselves ready for action, and we saw on this very final day the pacing was great, and I believe it gets even tenser when we actually start off the 3-day affair to crown the champions of the PUBG Mobile Challengers League. And there is still that 3 slot to fight for to hit to PMGO SEA. So once again, thank you to all the teams that have been able to show us a great level of play, and also thanks to those teams that have been able to participate but not able to make it. We hope to see them in the upcoming season. But wow, what a blast that was, and we have definitely got the dramatic ending that we've asked for. We've also had some shenanigans. We got everything involved. Tash, I think I'm pretty much out of words by now. It's been such a long week, but I'm glad I get to spend it with you.
Ah, and it's very exciting to see that as well. It's been very adrenaline filled. So for you guys over at home, don't forget to subscribe to PUBG Mobile social media to know the updates, and also don't forget to tune in the grand finals at the end of the month as well. I'm Tash, alongside Contra, your casters. It has been a pleasure to be able to cast for you guys as well. And don't forget to keep sending your energy to the teams for the grand finals. Good night, everyone.